All righty.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Senator Jim Dill. I'm the chair of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. And we have several bills we're working on today. We got 5 public hearings and a couple work sessions. And just before we introduce each other, I'll give you the order we're going to go in today. LD 1594 is first, followed by 808. And then under the work sessions, LD 33, we're going to do on Thursday instead of today. And we'll go ahead and start with introductions, and I'll start with Senator Black.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Senator Black, representing Senate District 17, which is all of Franklin County and 4 towns in Kennebec.
Great. Representative Schofield.
Good morning, Senator Dill and everyone. My name is Tom Schofield. I represent House District 112. I live in the town of Weld, and I represent 17 towns and townships in Franklin and Somerset counties, the High Peaks region of Maine. Thank you.
Representative Chewbacca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Maggie O'Neill, and I represent House District 15, which is in Southborough.
Senator Maxman.
Hi, I'm Chloe Maxman. I represent Senate District 13, which is all of the county except for Dresden, plus Washington and Windsor.
Representative Osher.
Good morning, I'm Lori Osher. I represent District 123, that's most of Orono, the home of the University of Maine.
Representative Landry.
Good morning, Scott Landry. I represent the towns of Farmington, New Sharon, District 113.
Representative Hall. You're muted, Representative Hall.
There we go. I didn't think I was muted, but thanks. Representative Randy Hall, District 114, 6 towns in Southern Franklin County.
Representative Underwood.
I am Joseph Underwood, District 147, Presque Isle. Good to see everybody this morning.
Representative Pluker.
Good morning. I'm Bill Pluker. I represent Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union, House District 95.
Representative Gifford.
Good morning. I'm Representative Gifford. I represent District 142, and I live in Lincoln.
Okay. Again, good morning, everyone. I'm Senator Jim Dill. I represent Senate District number 5, Northern Penobscot County. Our clerk is Cheryl McGowan, and our analyst is Karen Nedo. And as I mentioned, we have 5 public hearings and 2 work sessions. As I say, LD 33, we're moving to Thursday in case you just joined us. And we are going to start when we get going with 1594. And just so you're aware, basically what it is, everybody will remain muted until ready to ask questions for the public hearing. We will start with the sponsor and any other legislators who wish to speak, followed by the department, and then by those wishing to speak, and they will have 3 minutes to testify. And we're going to do things a little differently today. Senator Black is going to run the first couple of public hearings. So with that, I'm going to turn over LD 1594, an act to suspend the collection of the container fee for hand sanitizer and sanitizing wipes during the COVID-19 pandemic, to Senator Black. And I guess we would let in Representative Tepler. Hopefully she's there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe Representative Tefler is showing up in the waiting room. So if whenever she's ready, welcome. And we'd open the public hearing on 1594. Go ahead, Representative Tefler.
Good morning, Senator Black, and may the 4th be with you and the entire committee. Senator Dill, and distinguished colleagues of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. I am Denise Tepler. I represent House District number 54, all of the town of Topsom. And today I'm very pleased to present to you LD 1594, an act to suspend the collection of the container fee for hand sanitizer and sanitizing wipes during the COVID-19 pandemic. First, I should let you know that I have communicated with the department, and they let me know that that sanitizer designed for skin is not included in the pesticide registry. So when you go to take a look at voting on this bill, you should amend it to reflect that fact. And I will tell you that I was shocked when a constituent sent me a receipt from Target indicating that they had paid a 15-cent fee on each bottle of hand sanitizer and container of sanitizing wipes. Those were surface sanitizing wipes. Upon investigation, I found out that the fee was the result of the pesticide container fee that this committee had created to fund the insect-borne disease lab at the University of Maine. The rules for imposing the fee had been completed fairly recently. The bill was passed before the pandemic, but some stores began imposing it in March of this year. And while I understand that surface sanitizing wipes may be technically classified as pesticides by the Board of Pesticide Control, this seems like a very bad time to begin to impose a fee on these particular products. While the department did inform me that sanitizers and wipes designed for hands are not in this classification, I am not at all sure that this is 100% clear to retailers. Also, some are imposing the fee and others are not. So I asked the committee to amend this bill to reflect that correct designation, as I mentioned before, but to create a moratorium on that fee until the pandemic is over. And while surfaces are not the primary source of COVID-19 infections, we all still feel better when surfaces, especially in businesses and offices, are wiped with disinfectant. This is not the right time to be charging for these items. I would also ask the committee to work with and to instruct the department to work with retailers to better inform them of the items on which this committee wishes the fee to be imposed. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and I will attempt to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Representative Templer. Do we have any questions for the representative? Seeing none. Thank you very much. We will move on to the next speaker. I believe somebody from the department is Ann Gibbs in the waiting room. Cheryl, do we have?
She is on her way.
She's on her way.
Through the wormhole.
Yes, exactly. There she is.
Morning.
Good morning, Ann. You have testimony for us on?
I do.
Right, go ahead.
Great. Thanks. Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I am Ann Gibbs, Director of the Division of Animal and Plant Health within the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I'm here today to speak neither for nor against LD 1594, an act to suspend the collection of the container fee for hand sanitizer and sanitizing wipes during the COVID-19 pandemic. On June 16th, 2020, Public Law 2020, Chapter 548 went into effect and established the Tick, Laboratory, and Pest Management Fund to support portions of operations and outreach activities of the University of Maine Cooperative Extension Diagnostic and Research Lab. Under this law, the sale of almost every container of pesticide product in Maine is subject to a 15-cent fee for the point of sale. All Maine businesses selling pesticide products are subject to the pesticide container fee. This bill proposes to exempt certain products from this fee, several of which are in fact not pesticides, which has already been mentioned. A pesticide is defined as any substance used to prevent, destroy, repel, or otherwise mitigate any pests. Pesticides are often referred to by the type of pest they control: insecticides for insects, herbicides for plants, fungicides for fungi, rodenticides for rodents, and disinfectants, to name a few. Consumer products that are used to sanitize the human body are not pesticides, but are regulated as medicines. As a result, hand sanitizer and hand sanitizing wipes are not pesticides, but are instead considered drugs that are regulated by the Federal Food and Drug Administration and are not subject to the fee. However, surface sprays and wipes used to sanitize or disinfect inanimate objects are considered pesticides and are subject to the fee. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any of your questions. I will also be available to answer questions at the work session. And I would just like to make a point that the department has a role in this law, but it's really just to maintain a list of pesticides that can be sold. So that's our role in this law.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from Ms. Gibbs? Chloe, Senator Maxim?
Thank you, Senator Black. Thank you, Ms. Gibbs, for being here. I'm curious, Representative Tepler was talking about the process by which businesses are notified, which products are taxed and which aren't. Can you talk a little bit more about that? It kind of sounded like there might be some discrepancy in how the tax is enforced, and if we pass this bill, how would businesses be notified of the change?
Yes, well, as I mentioned, we're responsible for keeping up the list, and we have been responding to lots of inquiries from retailers about what's included and so forth. The list is included on our website. We make people aware of it. It's updated on a regular basis. So as far as sort of an outreach campaign per se, I think that could be partially a responsibility of us with Maine Revenue and the university. I think it's a joint effort. So we haven't done a full-on campaign, if you will. I think everybody's getting used to this relatively new law, but we do respond to inquiries and so forth. So,
can I ask one follow-up, Senator Black? Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you for that information. I'm just curious then how you know that the tax is being uniformly enforced across different businesses.
How do we know? I think that's a role for Maine Revenue, to be honest with you. That's not really our role. We are just required to keep the list of products. It's
okay.
Complicated. It's not a, I understand the confusion. But that's sort of the role that we play.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Pluka?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Gibbs, so in this bill, it says hand sanitizer or sanitizing wipes. So if I'm to understand your testimony correctly, hand sanitizer is not charged a fee currently, but some sanitizing wipes are charged a fee?
Yes, that is correct.
And in terms of enforcing this, we need to talk to Maine Revenue Service. Okay. And I can't see the list, so I don't know if somebody's here from Maine Revenue Service. Thank you.
Representative Schofield?
Thank you, Senator Black. Representative Fluker was asking a question along the lines that I was thinking, but I'm just trying to think back. I don't think it was our intention to put a tax on if you went to the store and bought a container of sanitizing wipes to wipe down surfaces. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seemed to me that was what we were intending. I think we were thinking about the containers that actually held what I consider pesticides, herbicides, that sort of thing, like Roundup, for instance. So that sort of thing was in my head. Can you explain to us a little bit more about how this is determined? You must have a list of all of these various substances, and whether it's Clorox wipes or whatever that are included in this. Could you talk to us a little bit more about that? And maybe there's a way for us to actually fix this going forward so that we don't have some of these items on that list. Thank you.
So you bring up a really good point. I think that's part of the problem is that sort of the definition of a pesticide is anything that controls a pest, and that can be any product that controls a pest. So that is when a wipe is used for disinfecting, it's controlling a pest. So the problem is that pesticides, the definition of pesticides brings in a whole array of products. You brought up Clorox, and it's however the intended use is, it falls under the definition of pesticides. I think what you're mentioning, I think there was a lot of effort put into what to include in this list of products. And I think it's very difficult to sort of choose this section or this group of products and not that. So everything that meets that definition falls, and wipes do fall under that. So it's complicated.
If I could follow up, Senator Black. Yeah, I think it must be, and not only for you folks, I would think, if we paint everything by the same brush, I suppose it makes it easier, but as a retailer or a supplier to retailers, it must be difficult for them to say, oh my goodness, do I charge the tax on this or don't I charge the tax? And I guess you've taken some measures to send that out so folks understand, but the consumer, the retailer, it's got to be a little bit cumbersome, I would think. So thank you very much for your response.
Yeah, and I would just share, I was just informed that the law does exempt stains and those sorts of things, paints and stains and things like that might have a pesticidal product in it.
Oh, like anti-mildew stain or something of that nature. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you. I used to have an anti-mildew. She was a wonderful lady.
Any other questions? Representative Underwood?
Good morning. Miss Gibbs, or is it Mrs. Gibbs?
Whatever's fine. Ms. is
Okay.
fine.
Miss Gibbs, good morning. And would you support a repeal of the tax altogether?
I'm really here talking about the bill that as the way it's listed, and we were neither for nor against making this change. So
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ann while she's here? Representative Oyster?
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gibbs, for being here. So I wasn't in this legislature when this tax was imposed, but it sounds to me like some of the other people on this committee were surprised that it was on such small containers. Is there any provision in this bill or in the way that you list it that talks about container size?
no, I don't think there was any of that sort of change, and my understanding is the way the bill works now, it's all container sizes, so there is no designation of size or amount or anything like that.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ann, for
Great, thanks.
any other questions or discussion on LD 1594? Seeing none, I would close the public hearing on LD 1594.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd just like to request that the Maine Revenue Service be present for the work session.
Any other comments, questions? Thank you. All right. We will open the public hearing on LD 808. And I believe that Senator Farren is the sponsor. Do we have him in the waiting room?
Yes, we do, and he's on his way.
Good morning, Senator Farren. Can you hear me?
Good. I can hear you. Good morning, Senator Black.
Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
All right. Senator Dill, even though I know you passed the torch over, and Senator Black, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I am Senator Brad Farren. I have the honor of representing the people of District 3, which includes most of Somerset County and one town in Kennebec County. I am here before you today to present testimony on LD 808. It's an act to clarify the funding for the University of Maine Cooperative Extension Diagnostic and Research Laboratory. In June 2020, a new law went into effect imposing a fee on consumers purchasing registered pesticides in addition to an added responsibility for retailers. As members of the committee are aware, the purpose of this fee is to provide funding to Maine's Cooperative Extension Diagnostic and Research Laboratory. While I support the work of the research lab, complications in rolling out this new law have occurred. It is my understanding that the state's list of registered pesticide products do not contain the UPC codes that retailers have in their system. Therefore, the fee is not always triggered at the point of sale. Some products that aren't what many would consider to be pesticides have been wrapped up into the program. Finally, not all of our retailers have systems in place to even collect information and charge the fee, so it is literally being done by hand. Through discussions with the Retail Association of Maine, Maine Grocers, and the University of Maine over the last few months, it seems that the best method for addressing these issues is to do a full repeal of the law and fund the lab through a different avenue. Since I believe there are some who may be resistant to that change, I'm asking that the committee consider shifting the 12-cent fee currently being collected by retailers to the suppliers. This will simplify the collecting issues retailers of all sizes are currently encountering, while still ensuring the lab receives the financial resources that have been appropriated to them through the current law. I do feel that this issue needs to be addressed, so I hope the committee will carefully consider how best to proceed. I would ask that you save your questions for those speaking after me who are better suited to address the specific problems of the current law and can further divulge into why full repeal or a temporary shift of the fee makes the most sense. And based upon, just submitting this testimony, I do believe that the best way, and I'll wait for the feedback through this, is to bring forward an amendment that actually does that shift from the retailers to the suppliers. But there's some folks that's going to testify behind the scenes, and between all of us, I'm willing to work with the committee however you think the best avenue is. Just want to be really clear, this is not to take away from any of the funding from the lab and the work that they do. It's just finding a better way to collect that and get the money where it needs to be. So with that, I will answer any questions that I can.
Thank you, Senator Farren. Do we have any questions for the senator regarding LD?
I love going first thing in the morning.
I think they're going to let you off the hook.
Whew. Thank you, folks. Have a great day. I'm gonna listen in.
Thank you, Senator Farren. I believe in the waiting room, we have the department, Megan Patterson. Is she available? Yeah.
I am.
Good morning, Megan. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. So I'm Megan Patterson. I'm the director of the Board of Pesticides Control, and I'm here speaking neither for nor against LD 808. Senator Dill, excuse me, I think we're changing everybody's names this morning. Apparently I'm too. Representative O'Neill and members of the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry I'm Megan Pedersen, Director of the Board of Pesticides Control within the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry. And on June 16th, 2020, PL 2020 Chapter 548 went into effect and established the Tick Laboratory and Pest Management Fund to support portions of operations and outreach activities of the University of Maine Cooperative Extension Diagnostic and Research Laboratory. Seems like that could use a good acronym. Under the law, the sale of almost every container of pesticide product in Maine is subject to a 15-cent fee at the point of sale. All Maine businesses selling pesticide products are subject to the pesticide container fee. The law also required the BPC to generate and maintain a list of pesticides registered with the board, post it to the BPC website, and answer questions relating to the list. The BPC has complied with these requirements. Since the statute has gone into effect, the BPC has fielded numerous calls from retailers, members of the public, and the media regarding the implementation and purpose of the bill. Through these interactions, BPC staff understand that this law has been difficult to implement. For some retailers, the lack of UPC codes, also known as universal product codes, as a part of the BPC generated list has presented a significant obstacle for tracking relevant product sales and therefore compliance with the pesticide fee. Some retailers rely on SKUs, stock keeping units, or types of product information other than the UPCs that pesticide registrants and the BPC cannot readily provide. Still, others use an entirely analog method, as was mentioned, but they do so intentionally because they in fact run their business using entirely analog systems, manual cash registers and so forth. And they choose to track sales basically manually. They tabulate the fees at the side of the cash register and just determine from that how they're going to pay the Maine Revenue Service or what they need to pay the Maine Revenue Service. UPCs as a product identification system are a voluntary and entirely unregulated tool administered by a nonprofit in the United States. While these numbers have been issued, the UPC numbers have been issued to companies for decades for the purpose of tracking their own products within the channels of trade. Overall, there has been no overarching cataloging of UPCs for general use within particular industries. As a result, there are no comprehensive sources for UPC information. The BPC staff devoted an enormous amount of time of unanticipated time on this issue due to the non-universal nature of UPC utilization, and we've done so within our existing resources. While the BPC will continue to make its best effort to meet its obligation under existing statute, the law would likely benefit from additional clarification. We recognize that LD 808 is a concept bill. Apparently, I'm not sure, I guess I didn't realize that, but it was added in. The BPC hopes that LD 808 would strive to clarify and simplify the requirements of the underlying statute. Thank you for your time. I would be happy to answer questions now, and I will also be available at the work session.
Any questions for Megan? Representative Pluka?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Patterson, could you clarify a little bit how we could clarify the statute and make it easier for BPC to carry it out?
Yeah, so I guess, I point out that, in my testimony that UPCs are, and I think, Senator Farron, if he's still on, I don't see him, also pointed out that people are using UPCs. Like I said, there don't seem to be, while they're called universal product codes, they are not universally utilized. So there are going to be some people still, some businesses still that aren't going to be able to benefit from that. I do think probably moving to distributors, although I think you probably need to hear from distributors to be able to know for sure whether or not they would find it easier to implement the pesticide container fee at their level. I can tell you, in having spoken to some distributors, because of course we license distributors of pesticides as well as the retailers, that they do seem to have, or at least some of them seem to have this information on hand, the UPC information, as well as connected to EPA registration numbers and the product names. I guess retail is a complicated area to delve into, it seems, at least from my 1 year of experience now with this. In terms of how they track product and how they organize their inventory. They all seem to have, different businesses seem to have their own method that works best for them. That's great. But I guess UPCs do seem like the key. I will tell you that we've already built in the functionality into our system to be able to collect those from UPCs from pesticide registrants. I would suggest making it voluntary though, rather than required, only because if you make it required, it could mean that pesticide products are delayed in their registration. So even products that, would be normally available on time because there's simply a renewal process that they're going through, they may get delayed if we have to hold them up because people haven't submitted UPCs. I guess I can also offer that the University of Maine did a tremendous amount of work this summer compiling UPCs. I believe they used, and somebody from UMaine can speak to this more accurately than I can, but I believe they used a contractor to compile that information. I know that the information they ultimately compiled was to some degree incomplete. So we have populated our system with the UPCs that they were able to provide, and we plan to send out notice to pesticide registrants over the course of the summer, letting them know that we'd like them to update that information, that there already is UPC information populated in our system, and that they are encouraged to take a look at it and make sure it's accurate, and also add any UPCs that might be missing. Now, here's the kicker, as I mentioned, if you wanted us to enforce it, it would be very difficult for us to do so, if not impossible, only because, again, UPCs are not regulated. And so there is no way for us to be sure that all of the UPCs that a company might use have been entered, because there's nowhere we can look. It just isn't information that's readily available. So the best we can do is a voluntary, I think the best that we can do is a voluntary system of UPC entry. And then if you wanted to change who that applies to, who has to actually pay for the fee, or pay the fee, I think that maybe might provide some clarity or benefit to people. But again, I think probably talking to distributors and retailers would better serve you, and rather than taking my perspective on it.
Just a clarifying question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So all these products have UPCs. We don't have a list of UPCs available to us. Some retailers use UPCs. It would make them easy. It make it easier for them if the state provided them a cohesive list of UPCs.
Yeah. And I think one thing to think about here is that you have, so it's sort of like, the wonderful, when you're working your way through a competition and you have the wonderful trees. Let's say, I don't know, maybe you're doing some sort of sports diagram with teams competing. So basically you've got a one to many situation where you have a single product registration. That's a single EPA registration number. And then under that EPA registration number, you will have maybe multiple product sizes, maybe multiple product, that's more or less it, multiple product sizes. Each of those product sizes will have its own UPC number. We don't register product sizes, so we have no way to be sure that those two things are aligned. But we can in our system accommodate multiple UPCs for each EPA registration number. But again, we won't have any way of knowing that they are in fact, it's a complete list if they provide them.
Thank you.
Sure.
Representative McCray?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. By the way, I'm Dave McCray, District 148 up in the county. My question of Ms. Patterson would be, or is, the sponsor mentioned something about perhaps moving over to the suppliers to the retailers. That just seems to be able to nip it in the bud before it ever gets out there and explodes into this problem. How do you view that possibility?
I mean, it could help. I mean, certainly you would be dealing with fewer businesses, ultimately, I believe. I mean, at least when I look at how many distributors we have, and I couldn't give you a number off the top of my head, I'd have to check. But it certainly is fewer than the number of direct to consumer retailers. So I think probably you would find some benefit from doing that. I do think they probably still will benefit from the UPCs we're collecting in our system, because not all of them, well, some of them were actually able to, that I spoke to this summer, we're able to say, oh yeah, we have the EPA registration number in our system, we have a product description, we have, all of this great information detailing everything you might like to know as a retailer about the product. Not everyone, that wasn't true for everyone.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Any other questions for Megan? Thank you, Megan.
Sure.
Seeing none, I missed the co-sponsor of the bill, Representative Kinney. I believe she's in the waiting room. Can we bring her up?
Yes, thank you.
Representative Kinney, are you there?
I am here. I've been here. I'm gonna remember this, Senator Black.
Apologize for missing you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Senator Black, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and Representative Hall. I might as well get to all of you. And members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I am Mary Ann Kinney from Knox, where cows still outnumber people, and I represent House District 99, including a total of 9 towns in Waldo County. I'm here to support LD 808, an act to clarify the funding for the University of Maine Cooperative Extension Diagnostic and Research Laboratory, as long as it aligns with where I'm coming from. And based on Senator Farron's testimony, it's definitely in alignment. In the 127th legislature, LD 1099 was proposed to support this lab. It passed unanimously in committee, and upon language review, the list of pesticides was far too large for me to continue to support. So I asked for a reconsideration and was denied without even a vote. I was on a warpath at that point and gave a floor speech that turned the tails on this bill, and it did not pass the Maine House. At the time, the lab was not even built, so that definitely helped my argument at that particular time. In the 129th with LD 1518, I again opposed the bill for the reasons of the list of pesticides being far too large yet again. I've also been opposed to the retailers being able to keep 3 cents for their trouble of collecting and submitting the fee to the state through electronic filing, which I believe is on the sales tax report they're already submitting, and they receive no kickback for processing sales tax submission. But my concerns around the number of products on the list remains my biggest opposition. I was reviewing my folder on LD 1518 recently in preparation for this hearing. It's funny how some bills stick with you, and I actually still have my folder on LD 1099. The preliminary fiscal note was about $65,000 annually to end up in the fund for the lab. It's my understanding the fund has generated about $170,000, more than 2.5 times the projected amount of revenue, as a tax on Mainers in a pandemic trying to stay healthy from a virus. I was never a fan of household cleaners being on this list, yet they remain. I encourage this committee to thoroughly review the list of pesticides on the list and eliminate household cleaners and disinfectants while compiling a very specific list of pest-related pesticides to use in this funding source. However, after hearing Senator Farron's testimony, I would absolutely support this being a fee going or tax going directly to the suppliers as opposed to the consumer. As I had stated at the beginning of my testimony, in the 127th legislature, LD 1099 did have a unanimous committee report, which did include myself at the time. But because the list of products was the reason I wanted the reconsideration from the start being too great, I ended up opposing the bill on final enactment and so forth. I'm not a fan of concept draft legislation, but I do hope this committee will work hard to come up with a better solution for funding the research lab. As someone with family, friends, and pets with Lyme disease, I absolutely support the lab, but I'm not a fan of the current source of funding. And I thank you for your time and would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Kenny. Is there any questions for the representative? I don't see any. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank
Cheryl,
you. Good to be back.
Cheryl, are there any other co-sponsors? My waiting room, not able to see very far into it. Is there?
Yeah, I will make you a co-host so that you can see who we have in the waiting room. And all I have is 2 more people.
Okay. I believe one of those is Christine Cummins.
Yep. Yep.
Could we bring her up, please?
You sure can. I mean, I will for you. Here she comes.
Good morning, Christine.
Good morning, Senator.
Go ahead and start anytime you'd like.
Perfect. Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, members of the Committee on the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Christine Cummings. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Grocers and Food Producers Association. As many of you know, we represent Maine's food industry, including grocery stores, supermarkets, food and beverage producers, as well as wholesaler, distributor, and supplier partners. In the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic on June 16th, 2020, the mandate for retailers to collect a fee on pesticide containers went into effect. This law requires that retailers who sell any registered pesticides, excluding those sold directly to the applicator, paint, stains, wood preservatives, and sealants, must collect 15 cents at retail at the point of sale from the customer and remit 12 cents back to the state to help fund the University of Maine's Cooperative Extension Diagnostic and Research Laboratory. This includes taxing items such as disinfectant wipes, the exact goods used to ensure everyone's safety during the unknowns of the pandemic. Feedback and questions immediately began to come back to us that the implementation was impossible. The product descriptions did not align nor provide enough detail to determine which products within the retailer's inventory require the pesticide container tax to be applied. The difficulty is rooted in the fact that there are more than 12,500 products within Maine's registered pesticide list, and the list does not include the critical necessary data, a UPC code, for retailers or wholesale distributors to identify the pesticide products that would require the fee within their product inventory. In an effort to help our inquiring members, MGFPA reached out to the Maine Revenue Services. Their reply was that they hoped the Maine Board of Pesticide Control would have the UPCs, and that hopefully the UPC information was a column hidden from the posted document, specifically because during the bill's discussion, MRS had proposed that UPCs should be included in the effort. Throughout the spring and the summer, we continue to have conversations with the Maine Board of Pesticides Control to get a better understanding of the history of the law, any existing additional information that may be available for retailers and wholesale distributor partners, and discuss how to resolve the implementation concerns. We learned that there are additional complexities within the list of pesticides, including some missing items because of varying product sizes or scents, in addition to the some unknowns of how to charge the fee for those items that are a two-process application or a multi-unit package. We also discovered that there are some retailers who, based on their limited product line of disinfectants or pesticides, are not required to be a licensed pesticide retailer and may not have received communication about the fee. In fact, in the Maine Board of Pesticide Control's testimony from LD 1518, they specifically laid out the anticipated problems without the available UPC information being available, including that they do not currently collect UPCs, they do not have the authority to collect or distribute UPCs, cited that not all pesticide product sizes are registered, so there is no way to ensure that all registrants provide UPCs for all products, and that it would be an unequal application of the tax. Throughout the summer of 2020, the University of Maine was working on compiling a list of UPCs for the pesticide list, sourcing the data from a third-party entity in an effort to provide this critical missing component of data. A few key selected MGFPA members, including a wholesale distributor, large chain grocer, and a small store, engaged in a pilot program to cross-reference the university's aggregated UPC details against their retail inventory data. As a part of the data cross-comparison process, it was discovered that UPC data did not perfectly align with the inventoried product details. We also learned that the same UPCs can be assigned to completely different items. Some products correctly correlated while others did not correlate at all, or there were flaws in the cross-referencing. While a strong effort was put forth to ensure clean and accurate data, hesitation remained as to whether or not this would be the best resource or tool, and questions remained around which entity, the university or the Maine Board of Pesticides Control, would publish the UPC resource list. Because the data would not be 100% accurate or pure, conversations continued to determine how it would be listed and where the data would ultimately live. It was then discussed that the UPC information would become an optional entry line within the Maine pesticide product registration process, as Megan alluded to earlier. Another question remained as to whether or not the university's data would be auto-filled into the registration process. Was it best practice to have the university's UPC information auto-populate in the registration process? If so, it would serve as a data point to ideally be confirmed by the registering entity. However, it may not be accurate nor automatically corrected by the registering entity. The UPC data line would remain as optional in the registration process to ensure this additional data ask does not affect the registration's approval. Requiring the UPC could have other unintended consequences of product availability or delayed application approval. From a timing perspective, adding the UPC line for product registration still presents challenges. The annual registration occurs in the fall for the following year. So even if the UPC field was programmed into the registrations platform for this fall's registration process, the data would not be available and confirmed until early of 2022. MGFPA, alongside the Retail Association, have continued to have conversations with Senator Dill, the university, and interested partners, including convening a stakeholder meeting. The stakeholder meeting happened on March 5th of 2021 and included an open discussion seeking to resolve the challenges of the program and also any options for a legislative path forward. Despite an open dialogue and a variety of proposals, including registration fees, assigning the fee to the wholesale distributors, or as we're terming them in this discussion, suppliers, or other funding avenues, there was no solution discussed that was a streamlined solution to make this law feasible for implementation. And I'd like to make this quite clear that moving the fee to suppliers is not the solution. It is simply moving the requirement from one entity to another. While we recognize and appreciate the intent of this law to fund research related to tick and brown-tail moth pest management, we do not support funding the program through a fee at retail or a fee for suppliers. We express concerns that this program, without the supporting data and details, put the retailers at risk with main revenue services, and that they could incur unexpected and unfunded costs if they are ever audited. The program has proven to be problematic, and we strongly advocate that the pesticide container fee be repealed. If interest remains to further fund the University Cooperative Extension Diagnostic and Research Laboratory, we urge that it is done at the state level with dedicated funds. We ask the committee to support legislative action that would repeal the pesticide container fee, and I appreciate the opportunity to explain all the work we've done to address this and provide any feedback, and can work to answer any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Any questions for Christine? I don't see any. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Cheryl, I believe we have Curtis Bacard in the waiting room. Could you bring
Yes,
him?
we do. He's here now.
Morning, Curtis.
Good morning, Senator Black, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Agriculture, Conservation, Forestry Committee. I am Curtis Bacard, President and CEO of the Retail Association of Maine. I'm here today to testify in support of LD 808 if the committee votes to repeal the existing law. Ms. Cummings really did an excellent job with her testimony. I'm not going to read my testimony because you've heard the genesis of it. You've heard the work that we've done throughout this past year, trying to find a workable solution to make this work. And when we asked Senator Farron to put in a bill title, it was because there were no easy answers to this. But what has become clear over time is that repeal of this existing law is necessary. There are no easy fixes, as you heard from Ms. Cummings and others, that simply getting the list of UPCs is not going to fix this. We don't believe shifting it to the distributors is going to fix this as well. This has nothing to do with the worthiness of the program that this is funding, which we think is incredibly worthy. I have no love for ticks and brown-tail moth and believe this is important research, but I also believe it's important enough that it should be funded with the cleanest way possible, which is a direct appropriation through the general fund. So I'll just, emphasize the amount of work I did, Ms. Cummings did, our retailers members did, distributors. The Board of Pesticide Control was incredibly helpful to try to work with, as I said, to try to find a workable solution to this. And we've examined this from every angle. But unfortunately, there are no easy solutions. This was a well-intended law that has very unintended consequences, which are very tangible. So I'll stop there, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I will just mention, I did not sign up to testify in LD 1594, the bill you previously heard. I guess technically I would be opposed to that bill because that really doesn't get to the heart of the issue. LD 808 is, and we feel that's the proper vehicle. So I'll stop there, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I believe Representative Underwood has a question.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Picard. Would you be available for the work session, you and or Christine Cummings?
Absolutely. And I would also recommend, I know other folks have talked about main revenue services. We should also have some distributors at the work session as well.
Could you present their names when available?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? I don't see any. Am I missing anybody? Don't see anybody. Cheryl, is there anybody else in the waiting room to testify?
There is not.
There is not. Thank you. So any other discussion, questions? I would move that the public hearing on LD 808 is closed, and we'll turn the chairmanship back over to Senator Dill.
Thank you, Senator Black. Very nice job. I am going to open the public hearing on LD 1565, an act to strengthen Maine's agricultural, food, and forest economy. And that is to be presented by Representative Talbot Ross.
I am still trying to get a hold of her. The
All right.
number that I was given is not working. So I know that Representative Hickman maybe is here. And I don't see him either.
All right, we will move this to the bottom and we'll go on to LD 1599, an act to establish, I'll close the hearing on 1565. We'll reopen it in a little bit. I'll move on to public hearing on LD 1599, an act to establish a Maine pesticide sales and use registry. And that is Representative Osher.
Hello.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and my fellow members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I'm Representative Lori Osher from Orono. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce LD 1599, an act to establish a Maine pesticide sales and use registry. The Board of Pesticides Control within the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry is responsible for licensing applicators and distributors to ensure pesticides are used properly and to protect the people and the environment of Maine. Pesticide dealers are required to keep records of who they sell to. Certified pesticide applicators were required to notify neighbors who have requested notification about upcoming pesticide applications. That piece is called, the present terminology is called the registry. So pesticide dealers, according to Maine statutes, Title 22, which is Health and Welfare, Subtitle 2, which is Health, Part 3, Public Health, Chapter 258A, the Board of Pesticides Control, 1471W, the guidelines for general use pesticide dealers are as follows. They shall keep and maintain records of these sales for annual reporting purposes. These annual reports must include the names of all to whom general use pesticides were distributed, the names of the pesticides, the US EPA registration number, and the quantity sold. These records must be kept for 2 years after the end of the calendar year. Now, this information does not have to be available to the public or to researchers. It isn't clear if that information must be shared with the BPC, only that the dealer keeps track of it and holds the information for 2 years. Under pesticide applicators, to maintain certification, Maine pesticide applicators are required to keep a record of the pesticides they are applying, when, how much, and where. They're not required to enter that data into an electronic database that's available to all, but they must keep that information on record nonetheless. The Board of Pesticide Control's rules in Chapter 28 state that the pesticide applicators should notify neighbors in advance of when they will be applying pesticides outdoors if that neighbor is on the registry for notification. To be included in the registry, again, this is the term registry as it has been used in the BPC, Board of Pesticides Control. To be included in the registry, applicants must provide documentation that they are a neighbor of a property where pesticides may be applied outdoors. That neighbor must pay a fee of $20 and they must submit their request by December 31st each year. To stay on the list, neighbors must apply and pay the $20 fee annually. The applicator must provide the approximate date and start time of the pesticide applied to the neighbor, and in the event of inclement weather, an alternative date or dates on which the application may occur. The applicator also in this notification must provide the pesticides that may be applied, the brand name, the EPA registration, number of the pesticide products, the manner of application, and the contact information for the applicator. So that's a lot of information. This notification system called the registry is an excellent 1998 solution to a neighbor's right to know about what pesticides are being applied outdoors adjacent to their property. The once-a-year publication of Concerned Neighbors probably took lots of BPC staff time to manage when it was originally conceived, to verify the locations of the neighbors, to deposit their checks, to enter their names, edit and publish the registry as a hard copy that was sent to applicators. But times have changed. In the more than 2 decades since the excuse me? In the more than 2 decades since the BPC registry idea was conceived, database and geographic information system technologies now enable information to be shared with geographic location with a few keystrokes of a computer. In addition, the statute requiring notification and monitoring and enforcement was repealed in 2011. So while the practice continues, there's actually no law requiring pesticide application information to be shared with neighbors or anyone else. This is an inefficient system that leaves too much room for error. It also ultimately misses an opportunity to develop a library of information about the history of pesticide use on the land in Maine. LD 1599 directs the BPC to create a publicly accessible online registry of pesticides sold, distributed, or applied in the state. With this bill, pesticide application information would still be available to neighbors and would also be queryable by potential neighbors, by students in schools, by staff of municipalities, by elected officials, and by any researchers who would like to learn what has been applied and where those pesticides have been applied in Maine. The bill also requires the BPC to produce an annual report to the legislature on the progress made in minimizing the use of pesticides. With the advances in technology that enable people to quickly query online databases to access public information, it's time to require that pesticide purchase and application information be entered into a publicly accessible online electronic database too. As a scientist, I have a deep appreciation for well-organized and efficient data collection and reporting. The database registry proposed in this bill is an important tool to quantify, monitor, and evaluate pesticide use and its impacts in Maine. The pesticide registry proposed will enable the legislature to stay informed about pesticide use. The data can be used to evaluate progress on policy goals of minimizing the use of synthetic pesticides. These two components are critical to fulfilling the Board of Pesticide Control's core mission. Thank you, and I am open to any questions.
Are there any questions for Representative Osher? Senator Maxman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Osher, for bringing this bill forward. I think I really like the intent of the bill, especially that neighbors should be able to know what's on their neighboring property. I'm wondering if there are similar databases in other states that we could look at. I'm also wondering, seems like a lot of information is required for the applicator to submit, and I'm wondering where that list came from.
So the things that I listed were the things that are on the BPC and state statutes websites. So that list of the date and the alternate date if there's going to be weather inclemency, that vocabulary came directly from publicly available information that told me what people are required to to have than to tell their neighbors. But if I'm not a neighbor, here I live in Orono and there's no agricultural land near me within, depending on where you read in the statute, 250 to 1,000 feet from my property line, I don't have the right to go on to pay $20 a year to be on this registry, to have anyone report to me what's being applied. So my bill, this bill, it would mean that anyone would be able to get access to that information that the applicators already have. To keep their licensing and certification, they have to keep a list of what they apply and where they apply it, what concentrations, and what the EPA registration information is. So, the people who are applying and the people who are selling pesticides already have this information, and we can ask Ms. Patterson, Director Patterson, about how the BPC keeps that information. But my goal is that information that's already being made available to the BPC or to neighbors would be available through this publicly accessible database. And I don't know about whether other states have such a thing, but I know that when I drive around and I'm new to going to Augusta for the legislature and I want to find a gas station, I just go on my phone and it tells me where all the gas stations are that are close to where I am, because we have that kind of data available now and information that you can geolocate things. And so I would like that we use the present technology so that you could put in an address and you could find out what's been applied there.
Are there other questions? Seeing none, thank you for presenting the bill this morning. Next is Megan Patterson from Department, followed by Heather Spalding, Andrew Hackman, and Bob Mann. So with that, Megan, when you're ready.
All right, good morning. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I'm Megan Patterson, the Director of the Board of Pesticides Control within the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I'm here to speak neither for nor against LD 1599, an act to establish a Maine pesticide sales and use registry. By way of a little bit of background, the BPC has been asked numerous times over the years by the legislature to provide reporting on sales and use. And so in 1997, the Maine legislature passed LD 1726, an act to minimize reliance on pesticides. One of two major provisions created a state policy for finding ways to use minimum amounts of pesticides to effectively control targeted pests in all application areas. The second provision directed the BPC to implement a system of record keeping, reporting, data collection, and analysis that provided information on the quantities and brand names of pesticides sold. BPC produced reports of the 1998 and 1990 sales and use data, but legislation passed in 2007 released BPC from reporting in 2000 and 2001 because the effort did not produce a usable report that allowed evaluation of the relative levels of pesticide use by principal use sectors within the state. Subsequently, in 2001, the legislature underscored its preference for small, focused reports that summarize sales of agricultural pesticides by pounds of active ingredient by passing legislation with this new reporting requirements. LD 1599 is once again asking BPC to compile and publish sales and use reports for pesticide use in Maine. This bill appears to require reporting of pesticide sales and use as an alternative to a notification registry. And learning from the past, BPC staff have attempted to prepare partial reports of sales and use information on numerous occasions. Past reporting legislation did not fund these new tasks, and production of the required reports presented major hurdles for BPC staff, which included spending hundreds of hours checking the veracity of reports and quality of the reported data, ensuring reporting requirements were met by all impacted parties, distributors, and commercial applicators, and developing a system capable of summarizing sales and use amounts. It appears that the above concerns remain relevant to this bill, at least in part. BPC staff recommendations from its 2001 reporting review effort are attached for additional context, and they weren't actually attached with this, but I will provide them if that's of interest to anybody. And LD 1599 considerations. So the BPC has practical concerns with the demands presented by LD 1599, including the extensive reporting outlined in this bill will still present an incomplete picture of pesticide sales and use in Maine. For instance, The bill applies only to EPA registered products. Maine also requires registration for EPA registration exempt 25B products, also known as minimum risk pesticides. These pesticides primarily contain essential oils as their active ingredients, but use of these materials is not without risk. Cornell University provides a detailed review of the active ingredients in these products, and I've included a link in my testimony to their website, providing risk evaluations of those. The mandated reporting will place a substantial burden on general use pesticide dealers that vary in size from large department stores to small retailers. Mandated reporting places a similar burden on applicators ranging from all commercial applicators to agricultural producers licensed to use pesticides, which may include large crop producers, small roadside stands, organic farmers, and cannabis producers. The bill assumes a calendar-based approach to agricultural pesticide application that allows for advanced submission of application information. This is contrary to the tenets of integrated pest management and is not reflective of typical agricultural management decision-making. The addresses of locations where applications are made will be posted on a public website. This includes addresses and coordinates for indoor applications in private residences, for cannabis grow facilities, including the caregiver grow sites where the caregiver may also be a patient, food producing establishments managing pests, etc., which is a departure from some of our currently existing reporting. BPC inspectors, 4 of whom are seasonal employees, will not have adequate available time to monitor submission and accuracy of sales and use reports. So it begs the question with regard to compliance, and then also whether or not the data will be complete. Data sent to the BPC on a weekly basis would need to be reviewed by staff for quality control. Additional staff will be needed to conduct outreach and education and assist applicators and dealers with system use, data entry, quality control, and so forth. This bill includes the term certified applicators, which needs to be clarified as that term includes most agricultural producers licensed to use pesticides. That includes the private applicators of restricted use products as well as private applicators of general use products. That's more of, just really needs to be clarified if that's who we're talking about, then I think it just needs to be said. Board reporting on minimizing use of pesticides. So just to cover that a little bit, the bill further cites minimizing the reliance on pesticides. BPC produces reports through our GEA, we will submit that at the request of the legislative committee, and that details efforts to address regulatory requirements and projects projects the BPC's future actions. The most recent GEA report was prepared in 2019. BPC advises adding this reporting requirement, addressing minimizing reliance on pesticides, and altering that terminology to say minimizing reliance on pesticides as is reflected in the statutory language, rather than minimizing use to the GEA report, rather than producing a separate annual reporting requirement. So thank you for your time. I would be happy to answer your questions. I will also be available to answer questions at the work session.
Are there any questions for Director Patterson? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Heather Spalding, good morning.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committee. My name is Heather Spalding. I'm Deputy Director of Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association. I'm submitting comments in support of LD 1599, and our emphasis is really on the data collection and analysis. In 1997, Maine enacted 2 important policies to help the state minimize its reliance on pesticides. The first is now Maine Title 22, Chapter 258, Section 1471X. It says that it is the policy of the state to work to find ways to use the minimum amount of pesticides needed to effectively control targeted pests in all areas of application. The second was also in 1997, Maine Title 22, Chapter 724, Section 1471M, subsection 7, and it laid out requirements for record keeping, reporting, data collection, analysis, and annual reporting. While early attempts to comply with the data collection and reporting law were heroic by the BPC, they didn't last long, and the board asked the legislature for leniency. Since 2002, we haven't had reporting, comprehensive reporting, except for one alarming report from 2011, which no longer is available on the BPC's website. Long-term members of this committee have heard reference to that 2011 report in many different hearings, as it indicated a 700% increase in pesticides sold for home use. The BPC no longer stands by that report, but allows that trends generally provide an accurate picture. Recent examples of limited data have presented themselves in discussions about how extensively the organophosphate chlorpyrifos is used in Maine, the frequency and volume and formulations of herbicides like Roundup used in and around schools, and the sector use of neonicotinoid pesticides that are so toxic to pollinators. We know that the BPC staff worked incredibly hard to pull together disparate sources of data to report back to this committee and the people of Maine, but it needn't have been that difficult to quantify the data. LD 1599 provides a roadmap for getting back to the original intent of our stated pesticide policies. The BPC already has a website and portals for facilitating communication and training of applicators. This bill is an opportunity to make record-keeping requirements as laid out in Chapter 50 much easier for the regulated community and much more useful to the BPC staff, the scientific community, and policymakers. This is a critical initiative to helping Maine meet its desired goal of reducing reliance on pesticides and should be a top priority for funding through the board's existing budget surplus. This bill creates an opportunity to get Maine back on track toward minimizing reliance on pesticides while providing clear and easy record-keeping opportunities, and we urge you to vote to pass. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Are there any questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
All right, next is Andy Hackman.
Morning, Senator Dill, Representative Neal, members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. My name is Andy Hackman, resident of Union, representing True Green Lawn Care this morning. I'll keep my comments brief. We did submit written testimony yesterday with regard to LD 1599, which we are testifying in opposition today. Our first concern is primarily, and has been noted by the BPC, regarding privacy. This would make public not only our certified applicators' personal information about their application practices, but also our customers. And we do have a significant concern about the privacy of our customers and our applicators, and having this information disclosed in a public space is one that is a real and true concern. It is different than Chapter 28 in the sense that those relate to proximity and folks that have registered. We have been active supporters of efficient use of Chapter 28. We comply with Chapter 28 requirements relative to the pesticide use registry. And there is a nexus between the applications that occur and those folks that are notified. Having this information publicly broadcast and the personal information of our customers and our applicators is a significant potential concern, and one in which there is definitely a need for stronger provisions related to confidentiality and personal privacy issues. Second is the workload potential. Yes, this information is maintained by True Green and our applicators. However, submitting this information by 2023, both 1 week in advance, and then after 2024, you have to provide this information 1 day in advance of an application. So that's going to be a significant shift. We are obviously going to need to understand how a database would be created that would be able to be flexible enough to both handle that volume of information on a and then daily basis, and then also be able to be adjusted, as was noted, that applications may not occur on a particular date if there is rain or other environmental conditions that don't allow an application, how we would have to update, change, and constantly be an interface with this database if the data needs to be provided 1 day prior to an application. So we have both privacy and practical concerns with this legislation. If there's greater interest in discussing data or improving the pesticide notification registry, that's a discussion we're happy to be a part of. But we have not heard any specific concerns or flaws with our existing compliance with the pesticide notification registry requirements. We would recommend the committee vote on it to pass, and I can answer any questions that folks might have.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Hackman. You very clearly stated two reasons for your organization's opposition to the bill. And I certainly understand the second one better than the first, okay? The first one being the privacy issue, and we could debate that all day long as to whether I, as a neighbor, deserve to know what's being sprayed in my area or not. That's not, but of the two reasons that you gave to opposing this, am I correct in assuming that the added workload in reporting would be your organization's bigger concern, or am I wrong?
I think they are equal. We certainly know that there are individuals that might target folks for having pesticide applications, and we do have a privacy concern around the personal information of both our customers and our applicators being broadcast across the state and then potentially broader than that, especially with email and the fact that email addresses have to be disclosed and phone numbers. And we wouldn't want a situation created where there would be personal harassment provided to applicators or customers if you disagree on whether or not an application should occur. The workload issue is significant, and not having a database, not having a known database that performs this function in any other state that we're aware of is definitely something that is a significant concern as well. But I would say when we reviewed this and discussed it with some of our business managers, they really were concerned about the applicator's privacy and our customers' privacy.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Representative Osher.
We are elected officials. We have, we put our emails and our phone numbers available for anyone in the state and elsewhere to contact us. And we go on record voting for and against things and that sometimes make constituents or even people from other states unhappy with us. And we receive rude correspondence. And probably many people felt that after January 6th that our lives might be in danger, and many of our fellow legislators took their addresses off of their information from the website. We were allowed to do that by the leadership. So we as legislators understand when people are concerned that rude behavior by others for the actions that we do as part of our job might put us in danger. However, we still do our job. We are still committed to do our job. So my question is, are the people who are you representing, are they committed to do this job that involves applying pesticides? And if they are, please explain to me why the information about what they do for their job is something they're not willing to have as a public record, because our job as legislators is to try to meet the goals of the laws and statutes, which include having information about what pesticides applied and looking at the long-term trends with the goal of reducing those pesticides use.
Thank you, Representative Osher. Certainly our certified applicators are willing to do their job, submit information that's required by the state. They are private citizens and our customers are private citizens. So they have not opted into providing this information publicly because they are private citizens performing their job and are not putting their private phone numbers or addresses on a public website to say this is what my job is. So yes, we are absolutely in support of providing information that's required by the law, providing information relative to the Chapter 28 pesticide registry. If there are flaws in that system that can be improved, we're happy to work with the committee and with you and others to improve the pesticide notification registry. But they are private citizens and have not opted to move into a public space on discourse of the use of pesticides. Certainly that's something that folks have my cell phone number and email and have the ability to do that. And I am in a more public space than each one of our certified applicators, and particularly our customers. So it is something we're willing to work with the committee on if there's more information that's desired and as required by the law. But disclosing personal and private information is not something we're supportive of.
Are there other questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony this morning. Next is Bob Mann.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Good morning. My name is Bob Mann. I'm with the National Association of Landscape Professionals, and I'm here this morning to testify in opposition to LD 1599. I will be submitting written testimony that I hope that you will review, but I'll be brief in my remarks this morning. The publication of sensitive and personal information exposes the Board of Pesticide Control to litigation based upon privacy concerns. No provision in this legislation addresses the additional costs involved in collecting and managing this data, never mind the potential legal costs. Is defending ill-conceived laws in court really what we want our regulatory officials doing with their limited time and money? What are the pest targets for these applications? Does the committee really want sensitive information such as treatment for bed bugs in a hotel or rats in a restaurant to be openly published in real time? It's unfortunate but true that incomplete and inaccurate information gets repeated without context in social media. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and other platforms are no place for the airing of pesticide use data, and no good can come from the publication of such data by the state, most especially in advance of an application. It should be plain to this committee that after hearing some of the testimony on other pesticide-related legislation, that pesticide policy is an enormously complex and technical topic. It is also to be noted that a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. And what are this requirement to file records with the Board of Pesticide Control in advance of applications? This information is to include the name and quantity of active ingredient used in the application. Professional applicators utilize integrated pest management protocols for the scouting of pests and treat only as necessary. Please explain to our professional applicators why the legislature would be willing to require them to submit falsified records in violation of federal law under this legislation. Why should professional applicators even bother with a scientific approach to their craft, employing best management practices, following integrated pest management, when Maine law is instructing them to fill out our pesticide records ahead of when the applications are performed? Instead of empowering and improving integrated pest management practices, this bill will destroy it. Thank you very much.
Other questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony this morning. The next three up are Don Flannery, Eric Venturini, and Jeremy Lagasse. So Don Flannery, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and other members of the ACF committee. I'm Don Flannery, the Executive Director of the Maine Potato Board, coming to you from my truck today, so hopefully everything stays connected. We're here to speak in opposition to LD 1599 today for two reasons. One is that as we believe, and as you've heard before, most of this information, I believe, is available now to the Board of Pesticide Controls. In our case, and I believe with all commercial applicators, that has to be filed on an annual basis, and this is all in my testimony. But the other part is the practicality of it as it relates to applicators, and particularly agriculture. If we lived in a perfect world, notification a day before or these type of requirements might be something that are very easily achievable. But agriculture in Maine, as we all know, is far from perfect. And I'll just tell you, I think, and just my comment on the timing of this is something, as it says in the law, a day before, a notification day before application. If I'm a farmer, no matter what I'm growing, I go out and scout my field on Friday afternoon, and I determine that there needs to be an application of something. And probably I looked at the weather forecast and said, Monday'd be a good day to do that application. So I call and notify the Board of Pesticide Controls that I'm going to do that application. I wake up Monday morning, and to my surprise, the weather forecaster was wrong, and it's raining, and he tells me it's going to rain for a day and a half. So I'm no longer going to do that application on Monday. I might be able to do it on Tuesday, depending on how much rains, how wet the field is. So now if I call the Board of Pesticide Control, say, well, I'm going to try to do it on Tuesday. Well, Tuesday comes and I can't. So now I'm going to turn around and call and tell them I'm going to do it on Wednesday. All that's changed is that I've had to call the Board of Pesticide Controls 3 times. They've had to deal with me 3 times because I'm still going to make the same application. I'm just going to do it on Wednesday. So the practicality of some of the language in LD 1599, I think, is impractical and very burdensome to both the applicator and I would think to the Board of Pesticide Controls, because that application is an application that needs to be made. The chemicals are approved, the applicator is licensed, It's just that you can't control the weather. So like I said, I'll leave my comments there, answer any questions, and you do have my written testimony. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mr. Flannery? All right. Seeing
Thank
none,
you.
thank you for your testimony. Next is Eric Venturini.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, members of the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Eric Venturini, and I'm the Executive Director of the Wild Blueberry Commission of Maine, the voice of Maine's wild blueberry farms and businesses. And I'm here to testify in opposition to LD 1599. I've submitted written testimony. I won't read the whole thing. My testimony is going to be quite similar to what you've heard so far. Really, there's two primary concerns here, and one is the privacy concerns, and the other is the onerous reporting requirements that we'd be asking farmers to do. There is in existence this opt-in registry, and we believe that it works quite well. If a person wants to be notified about applications, they sign up on the list and then they're notified. By keeping that registry opt-in, it minimizes the burden on our farmers and yet allows those interested to be aware of applications that their neighbors make, adjacent property owners, etc. This system has worked well because it provides appropriate notice to neighbors and promotes good communication between farmers and those neighbors. LD 1599, however, is unnecessary and imposes a real burden on farmers. These farmers spend their days during the growing season in the field, not in the office. This bill asks for each application an applicator submits to the board within 7 days a report that includes their name, certification number, company name, contact information, address, date and time, brand name, active ingredient, quantity used, description of application equipment, location of application, and the purpose for the application. In addition, it appears that applicators using IPM, Integrated Pest Management, would have to submit a report to the Board of Pesticides Control to justify those applications in advance. This bill proposes putting all of that information online. That information that includes the name, address, phone number, and email address of each pesticide applicator. That is a breach of privacy. And without a doubt, this will result in the harassment of pesticide applicators by certain members of the public. I'm quite confident.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry about that. I would repeat, I'm quite confident that this will result in the harassment of pesticide applicators. And I do not believe that was the intent of this bill. These are farmers, these are business people, these are not public figures. As Andy Hackman stated, you know, my name, my email address, my contact information is public, but the information of the farmers, you know, they haven't signed up to be public figures, and that's not why they're farmers. Wild blueberry farmers understand and appreciate the goal of decreasing pesticide use, and that's a goal we can all agree with. However, this bill simply makes it harder to be a farmer in Maine and will result in the harassment of pesticide applicators and will not decrease pesticide use. So on behalf of Maine's wild blueberry farms and businesses, I urge this committee to vote ought not to pass, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Venturini, for being here this morning. I guess as a citizen, I know that farmers need to use pesticides. Absolutely need to. I know also that there are a lot of private homeowners that have applications by certified applicators. It seems to me as though if someone is bent on drawing attention to all of the applicators, farmers, commercial homeowner type applicators, etc. If somebody is bent on casting aspersions to what they do, I mean, everybody knows they apply pesticides. So my question is, are they harassed now, if somebody is intent on that, it seems to me that people would go out of their way to find out who they are just because they're in business or because they're a farmer. So do you have reports of harassment now?
I don't have, a broad survey of my, Wild Brave farms to really answer that question, but I have had anecdotal conversations with individual farmers that have had instances of harassment around pesticide use, yes.
May I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
So do you think, I think I know the answer, do you think that this bill, if enacted as is, will increase that that harassment? I guess I'll leave it at that.
I have no doubt that it will. This would put the individual information of these places online in a public place. And, if with the way that social media is used these days, that information will get out there. And, you can just generally say, yeah, this type of farming uses, this type of pesticides, but with this, all this information published online, the folks that are the most interested in knowing about this, or perhaps the most opposed, a better way of saying it, the most opposed to pesticide use, can go on and can say, John Smith, who lives at 37 Honeysuckle Lane in Dedham, Maine, applied, 2 pounds of, glyphosate on this field on this day. And here's his email and here's his phone number. I don't think that's okay. And this bill would allow that to happen.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Osher.
Thank you so much for bringing this to my attention. As I pointed out, my goal is for the information about what's been applied become available and be held in a database that would be queryable for students, for municipalities, for people who are not necessarily neighbors. Already, this information is available. I just took right off of the BPC's webpage and the statutes what it is that people who are neighbors of someone that put their name in the registry to be notified are supposed to get from their neighbor that's applying. And so I didn't create anything new about what people are supposed to be sharing with their neighbors, but I just expanded the definition of neighbors by making this something that would be available online to all of us who are neighbors, because we are all in Maine, and we all should have that opportunity to have that information. So whether or not the pesticide applicator's name, address, and phone number and email address are there, for me is not, I didn't, if you think these people are going to be a target, as I said, we can see already, we have a society in which people become targets for what they do. And I'm sorry about that, but this is an opportunity to make information available. So my question to you is, are the people that you represent concerned about that information becoming available, about what we're applying and how much we're applying and how much gets applied to the same place over time? Are they concerned about having that information be public?
I believe that the information is already public. I would ask, to maybe a lesser extent than what you're proposing. I would ask perhaps Megan Patterson for more. But as has been described, there is a pesticide applicator log where commercial applicators have to record all this information. Don Flannery referenced it, and commercial applicators then submit that to the BPC, once a year, not ongoing throughout the season. So I believe that information is already in the hands of the department, and with appropriate funds could potentially be mined, for data that could be made available to researchers that may need it potentially. But putting it all online and requiring all this reporting on an ongoing basis from farmers, it's very onerous, and I think it's problematic. I mean, farmers, most most farmers in Maine are not people that farm full time. They're farming as a second job. And if they are farming full time, they're during the growing season, they're out there probably working, 80 hours a week. And in my own communications with farmers, you mentioned Representative Osher, bringing kind of the registry and the information, into, up to modern times. But I still fax information to many of my farmers. Many of them don't have email addresses. So even accessing the technology and being able to use it to report all this information on an ongoing basis, when most of your time working in the growing season is in the field, is pretty hard. You're asking a lot of them. And these are folks that are already bending over backwards to try to have a business in Maine.
Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Thank you for being here today, sir. Do you view the object of this committee to be one that is in a position to enhance agriculture and forestry and whatnot in the state, or do you view us as one who be blunt to make life more onerous for those entities, for those engagements? Your thoughts on that? Thank you.
I suppose this committee is the sum of its members, and I have been here testifying in support of some legislation and in opposition to others. Overall, I would hope that this committee at the end of each session, does more, has a measurable benefit to Maine agriculture, conservation, and forestry. Sure. I'm sorry, I don't think I have a better answer to your question, Representative Schofield. I hope that satisfies it.
Representative Underwood.
Good morning, Mr. Bertini. How's everything in Washington County these days?
Things are progressing. We're coming into pollination pretty soon. So honeybees are getting out on fields. People are hopeful that we'll have a better year this year than last year.
Wonderful. My question revolves around the mindset of a public figure versus the mindset of a private business. And the two are contrary to each other. Private business pays the bills here in the state of Maine, tax bills. Government does not generate any revenue on its own. It has to take it from private citizens and private enterprises. So if you would, Mr. Bertini, comment on the mindset. What is the mindset of a public figure versus the mindset of a private businessman? In other words, a person in the field working is concentrating on making a living and supporting his government through the taxes that he may generate. And versus the public figure has the mindset of taking money wherever they can generate it and using it. And basically along the lines of how does a private citizen think when managing a business versus how does a public figure, how should they think? Or how do they think when trying to generate income or wealth, trying to generate income for revenue, I guess the term I want, revenue for government. Appreciate it, sir.
Thank you for the question, Representative Underwood. I will, as Executive Director of the Wild Blueberry Commission, I'll, try to represent perhaps, how a farmer or a business person may approach, a business or a farm, of a wild blueberry farmer or business. And that is, frankly, to survive right now economically and to either become or increase their profitability. In far too many cases, the goal is to become profitable. And that is the number one concern, because they are businesses. And if they're not profitable, they will no longer be a business. To me, a public figure is someone who is, signed up to hear from the public, and try to represent the public in policy. And so while it is never okay for a public figure or a private figure to be harassed, it is not something that I would think should come with the business of being a farmer. Does that get at your question, Representative Underwood?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Representative Ocean, remember, these are just clarifying questions from the sponsor.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So my clarifying question is, do the people that you represent, do they comply with the registry as it is now, which is that, do they give information, share information about what they're planning to apply with their neighbors prior to application? Because the wording I had about notification just came directly from what is on the website. Do your applicators do that at present?
As far as I know, yes, if there is a neighbor that opts into the list, then they are required to, and as far as I know, then they would notify those neighbors that have requested it, yes.
And do they feel that they are being harassed by the people that they notify?
I think generally that registry allows for an opportunity for a farmer to come to that person, explain things, try to kind of educate them a little, and let them know when there are pesticide applications. Occasionally, again, anecdotally, I have heard of incidents of harassment and relationships that maybe are not so ideal coming out of it. But I think it's, revisiting the opt-in system, and maybe improving it. I think that's certainly something that I would be happy to try and contribute to. But this version of putting it all online, I don't think is the right solution.
One follow-up, Chair? Please.
Yes.
Well, I thank you very much for letting me know that the people you represent are using, complying with this request to notify neighbors. Of course, we're all disappointed in our fellow humans who are rude to one another, and so I'm sorry to hear about that. And I appreciate that it's a challenge to be a good neighbor with people who are often not pleasant, but it's also it's also wonderful to hear that they're complying with this thing that was removed. And I assume it was removed because certain people felt like it was onerous, I guess, but yet the BPC continues to request people comply by communicating with people who opt into this registry. So this bill, the proposal is really a way to get information to have it be available. As I said, school kids could be able to be querying this database. My goal is not to provide a place for people to be rude to another, but to help us as a legislature and as citizens learn more about what's happening on the lands, agricultural and lands of Maine. And if some of the things that were stated, in your case, that people are applying outdoors, and that was the examples I gave were all for outdoor applications. So anyway, so thank you very much. And my apologies for not making a more cogent question at this point. So I guess I'll just end there.
Other questions for Eric? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Next is Jeremy Legassi, followed by Julianne Smith and Ted Brayton. Go ahead, Jeremy, unmute yourself if you would. Can you hear me, Jeremy? All right, I'm going to move on to Julianne Smith. No, he just flipped over there. Go ahead, Julianne. We'll come back to Jeremy.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Julianne Smith, and I am the Executive Director of the Maine Farm Bureau Association, the state's largest farmer-run advocacy organization. We've represented the voice of all agriculture in Maine since 1951, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to serve as the voice of our farmers today to oppose LD 1599. Farmers throughout Maine are required to record and report all of the pesticides used on their farms. Commercial agricultural producers must keep records for all the pesticides used for a period of 2 years. Farmers typically utilize a pesticide applicator log developed by the University of Maine Cooperative Extension, which documents site information, crop or site treated, target pest, extent of application, such as size or volume of area treated, date and time of application, brand name of pesticide, active ingredient, restricted entry level or permissible air concentration level, EPA registration number, dilution agents other than water, method of application, and the applicator's name and certificate number, the total amount of undiluted restricted use pesticide applied, mixed ratio of general use pesticide applied, wind speed and direction, air temperature and sky conditions, and sprayer calibration. These logs are available for inspection upon request by any member of the public. Very few farms have had a request to review their logs. Most farmers utilize a handwritten log for ease of use and access. Farmers are required to submit annual summary reports for indoor and outdoor applications by January 15th of the year following application. The summaries are based on the site or crop treated, and the Board of Pesticide Control supplies reporting forms with a license renewal package each year. Pesticides are very expensive and used as minimally as possible on farms, as farms throughout Maine struggle with profitability. Farmers, both organic and conventional, need to use pesticides to grow food to feed their communities. The enormous time demands on farms for production are already overwhelming, and this bill's proposal for adding an additional requirement to submit reports 1 day prior and only 1 week after application is unmanageable during the growing season, especially as many farms do not have access to high-speed internet because they are in rural areas. The current method of reporting annually is sufficient and allows the Board of Pesticides Control to create a queryable database, especially as all logs are available for inspection upon request. There would be a significant cost to farms to implement such immediate reporting, especially if those farms were fined for filing reports late. Farmers have also raised concerns about accessibility to necessary limited use pesticides. With the overwhelming increase in requirements to pesticide dealers, it would be likely that dealers would simply not carry the products that are only used by individual commodities like wild blueberries. We respectfully urge the committee to vote ought not to pass. I thank you for your time and would be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We'll go back to Jeremy Legacy. Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good morning. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Jeremy Legacy, owner of Green Thumb Lawn Service and father of 3 daughters and brewer. I can appreciate the desire for transparency as it relates to pesticides being used and their quantities. Speaking on behalf of our customers, I can assure you that safety and education is a top priority. From my perspective and many others, there are some serious concerns with this bill. I'm concerned about the timing of this and other bills as it pertains to our industry. With all that is going on in the world right now and the heightened anxiety many people have, this bill almost seems strategic. Here are a few key points that stick out to me. Privacy, as mentioned before, having our customers listed in a public database containing the information as to what they do on their property, address, and or latitude and longitudinal coordinates of their residence is invasive and unnecessary. We keep this information already, and if a board inspector requires it, we're happy to provide it. I only see harm being done from this. This is a huge privacy concern. In this day and age of excessive spam, email, robocalls, and solicitation, nobody wants their information listed publicly. The CAN-SPAM Act is a law that requires consent whenever somebody signs up for an email newsletter. Why would citizens want their information listed in a database for a specific purpose of what they do on their property? As a certified individual in the IT industry, I know it's very easy for data miners to scrape this information and to be sold for nefarious reasons and marketing campaigns. It's a threat to competition and a threat to solicitation of these people. Reporting, the level of detail relating to the reporting of applications seems excessive. With all that, what will all of this information be used for? What are the other unintended consequences of this? For many of these businesses, this bill will require hundreds of thousands of dollars in potential investments to accurately track minute amounts of product applied. Again, why? The Maine Board of Pesticide already requires application firms to submit detailed usage reports. This is going to increase labor costs for these businesses by requiring them to keep such detailed information and having to invest in methods to report on all of this. All of this additional time, energy, and cost to collect information has no clear purpose other than to reduce or restrict use, which will in turn create more fear and anxiety for uninformed individuals. There needs to be a real purpose behind this need. I just don't see it. Through the investment in technology in our business, we have reduced the amount of pesticides by at least 80%, encouraging other industries to use less only when necessary is common sense. It is one of the main reasons we must be licensed to do the work.
Can you finish up in a sentence or two, Jeremy, please?
Yes, sir. Education is key in that it's the dose that makes the poison. When there isn't proper education on complex issues, this is what creates the need for professionals. Regarding the registry and notifications, we already have neighbors who are not on the registry, and we already do this for free. Board of Pesticides has inspectors, almost done, who are and should be tasked with coordinating with these professionals to ensure guidelines that are already in place are followed. We want to do the right thing. If we are not, then we want to know. Cooperation is not a bad thing and should be the real issue here. Thank you for your time.
Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Thank you, Jeremy, for being here. I'm just wondering, you said a minute ago that you sometimes notify neighbors when you're spraying, and also what is the feedback you get from those folks who you as a group generally abut or live beside to what you do on your property? Can you give us a little more information about that, please? Thank you.
Sure. It's generally positive. Some folks have contacted us because they've noticed that we've treated their neighbor, and they request that we, notify them before we do any applications. For the most part, it's positive. However, we have had some of our clients harassed by other individuals for doing treatments on their property.
Thank you for your follow-up. Appreciate it.
Yes, sure.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next is Ted Brayton.
Good morning, Chairman Dill, Madam Chair O'Neill, and all members of the Joint Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I am here this morning representing the New England Pest Management Association, which represents a trade group that represents the pest management companies in Maine, and I'm here to offer testimony against LD 1599 as currently written. We do support the attempt to modernize the collection of the yearly material use reports via a website that would allow us to enter the information directly into the database, which should result in a bit of a labor savings to the state. However, entering pre and post individual application reports would be crippling to us administratively. Most technicians perform 10 to 15 services a day. Visiting all accounts prior to a service to fill out the pre-application info just isn't practical for us or our customers. Submitting all post-application reports would also add about an additional hour of labor each day if done by our technicians or require the hiring of additional staff. Like most businesses today, we are already struggling to stay fully staffed. I am also concerned about the intrusion into the privacy of our residential customers. Very few people would feel comfortable allowing anyone interested to know that they have been treated for bed bugs, cockroaches, or mice. We also are concerned that it may increase the rise of DIY treatments, do-it-yourself treatments by homeowners who seldom follow the label instructions. Restaurant and hotel owners also wouldn't be happy to have that information out there either. I wouldn't want the head cook of a restaurant that I'm visiting on a Friday night to also be the head of pest management services at that restaurant. And contrary to the belief of some groups, very few business and homeowners can afford to pest-proof their structure, and seldom is it even possible. Structures were not built to be pest-proof. Most pests enter a structure through a crack or opening less than 1/4 of an inch, and sometimes they're just carried in with deliveries and equipment and furniture. In conclusion, the state already has the aggregate material use reports, and residents do have the right to talk to their neighbors about the pesticide applications and be notified in advance if needed. We support the modernization effort to collect the aggregate material use reports on the website, but strongly oppose all other parts of LD 1599. Thank you for your time this morning and for making it so convenient to participate.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning. Cheryl, that's all I have on my list.
Correct.
All right, I will close the public hearing on LD 1599, an act to establish a Maine pesticide sales and use registry. And we'll go back to LD 1565. So I will open the hearing on LD 1565, an act to strengthen Maine's agriculture, food, and forest economy. And Representative Pluker is going to present the bill.
I am. Thank you so much to everybody for being here. I'm just reading Representative Talbot Ross's testimony, so I'll read it. When I say I, it is Representative Talbot Ross. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Rachel Talbot Ross, and I represent House District 40. Thank you for the opportunity to represent LD 1565, an act to strengthen Maine agriculture, food, and forest economy. At its core, this bill is about economic development, specifically in the form of equitable investment in our food system. That includes critical infrastructure to ensure a climate and pandemic resilient food supply, which will also support good jobs and stronger communities right here in Maine. The COVID-19 pandemic has revealed the vulnerability in our global food system. It has also exposed the value of the opportunity before us to learn from the food supply chain disruption we all experienced firsthand over the past year and support those who are growing and producing food here in Maine. If we seize the current moment by investing in the future of Maine's food systems, we can put more Maine-produced foods on plates in state and beyond by literally capitalizing on our state's reputation and for ability to produce and add value to pristine quality food. Returning members of this committee may recall the earlier iteration of this measure from the 129th legislature. That bill earned unanimous support from the committee and was headed for a floor vote when we unexpectedly adjourned due to the pandemic. The need for this proposal was reinforced by focus groups convened by a group of stakeholders, which centered on the needs and challenges facing Maine's agricultural sector. You'll hear from many of those stakeholders today. I have learned through my entry into the world of farming and value-added food production that financing, be it for land, operating capital, or facility space, is inaccessible to most farmers and food businesses. Beyond that, the accessibility is inequitable. Business owners and entrepreneurs from disadvantaged backgrounds or historically marginalized population groups are just not able to bootstrap the American entrepreneurial dream without access to capital. LD 1565 offers a solution to fill the capital gap for Maine's food industry. It draws on Vermont's Farm to Plate initiative and the Vermont Working Lands Enterprise Fund, which supports businesses building and modernizing critical processing infrastructure in order to fill gaps in the local supply chain. Vermont's model brings both the agricultural and economic development opportunities together to support the industry. It has been incredibly successful. Between 2012 and 2018, Vermont invested $7 million in 241 projects across every county in the state, leveraging $11 million in private and matching funds and creating hundreds of jobs. You'll likely hear about Massachusetts' model today as well. Each of our New England neighbors has some form of state investment in its food system. We have the potential to be a leader in these efforts to build regional supply chain capacity and resilience. As a state, we have recognized and highlighted the opportunity before us, including in the Maine Economic Development Strategy 2020 to 2029, a focus on talent and innovation, and Maine's Climate Action Plan, Maine Won't Wait. And there are links to both of those plans in Representative Talbot Ross's testimony that you should be able to find online. Now it's time to act, and LD 1565 gives us the tools we need to realize this potential. First, it establishes the Maine Agriculture, Food, and Forest Products Investment Fund to facilitate strategic, targeted investment in those industries. This fund would be capitalized with bond funds, such as the measures I have proposed in LD 1475, an act to authorize a general fund issue for targeted food processing infrastructure, or through some other mechanism. I look forward to working with the committee to determine the best path forward. And LD 1565 also establishes an advisory board, which will present a diversity of skills and backgrounds relevant to our food system and our agricultural and forest products industries. The board will oversee the fund, implement related technical assistance programs, and report to the legislature on its work. Finally, the bill promotes collaboration and public-private partnership by bringing stakeholders together to strengthen those industries and invest in the future. While we see Maine farms and food producers are local and regional businesses, they all compete in the global economy. These enterprises rely on access to capital and extensive infrastructure. In other words, the system we envision will not happen spontaneously. It will take intention and the kind of action proposed in LD 1565. Some of Maine's foremost leaders in supporting and innovating around our agricultural and forest product sectors are here today to speak to how the benefits of this bill would ripple through our state economy. They can also speak to the complexities of competing in a global economy. And that said, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have for me. I'm a co-sponsor of the bill, and I was here last year as it was presented. Happy to answer questions, or those following can answer the questions. Thanks so much.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Senator Dill, and thank you, Representative Pluka, for bringing this forward. Just a quick question as how much money are you looking to put into this fund, and also who would be implementing it, if you could answer that?
I believe that board that we discussed would be the ones who are overseeing the program and making sure that it was reaching the people and doing the work that it was supposed to be doing. And now I'm looking at the bill to see if there's any mention of specific quantities of money. And unless somebody will correct me, there is no specific quantity of money in this. I think she mentioned a bond package in the testimony that we might need to look up there to see how much that bond is asking for.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Seeing none. Thank you for presenting the bill, Representative. Next up is Nancy McBrady, followed by Amy Gallant, Christine Cummings, and Dana Duran. Morning, Director.
Good morning, everyone. May the 4th be with you. My name is Nancy McBrady. I am the Bureau Director of the Bureau of Agriculture, Food, and Rural Resources. We are located within the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. And let me back up and say more respectfully, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. It's a pleasure to be here to speak in support of LD 1565, an act to strengthen Maine's agriculture, food, and forest economy. The department is well aware of the need for substantial infrastructure investment across Maine's agriculture, food, and forest products economy. And we appreciate Representative Talbot Ross bringing 1565 forward. Bolstering local infrastructure will strengthen our economy by diminishing supply chain vulnerability, foster business activity, grow opportunities for rural communities, and facilitate climate change resilience. This department, the Department of Economic and Community Development, and the Department of Marine Resources recently surveyed Maine's agriculture, forestry, and fisheries sectors to determine infrastructure investment priorities within those heritage industries. Early analysis of the agricultural responses indicate key opportunities include expanded off-site storage, increased processing capacity, both off and on-site, and increased packaging capacity. Agriculture respondents identified federal and state grants as being most important to future infrastructure upgrades, with significantly fewer stakeholders relying primarily on loans and private capital. The survey data suggests that for over 50% of agricultural stakeholders, investments of $100,000 or less would allow for significant improvements to their business. And over 70% of the agricultural respondents indicated that they could afford necessary infrastructure upgrades with investments under $250,000. This data is consistent with results from other information gathering that we have been conducting by directly connecting with stakeholders in meat processing, grain and malting, dairy, and other ag sectors. Preliminary insights from the forestry responses indicate that investments focusing on expanding markets for softwood pulp, hardwood pulp, low-grade biomass, and mill residuals would provide the most benefit. Respondents also prioritize funding for research and development and innovation to explore new product development and for mill facility improvements. Over a third of forestry stakeholders indicated that they could fund infrastructure improvements with $100,000 or less. Like agriculture, forestry businesses indicated that they anticipate being highly reliant on grant funding. A good example of what LD 1565 could achieve for Maine can be seen by looking at the impact of the Vermont Working Lands Initiative program. Investment through the initiative has substantially increased that state's agricultural and food economy since it began in 2012. The initiative's enterprise fund has distributed $7 million to agricultural and forestry businesses while catalyzing an additional $11 million in match funding, leading to over 500 new full-time jobs and $300 million in sales revenue. And there's a link in this testimony to this reporting information from that initiative. Maine and Vermont reflect some common trends, including a fairly similar number of farms selling direct to consumers. However, agricultural census data between 2012 and 2017 documents that the market value of agricultural products sold in Maine decreased by almost 13%, while it increased in Vermont nearly 1%. Also, the average value of products sold per farm decreased in Maine nearly 6%, while it increased in Vermont nearly 9%. While Vermont's 848 farms in 2017 with direct value added sales averaged $58,000, Maine's 870 farms with similar direct value added sales averaged only $29,176. This difference starkly illustrates the opportunity to enhance Maine's farms' viability through infrastructure investment that enhances value-added production. In support of Vermont's forestry industry, the fund has supported the needs of businesses ranging from increasing production capacity, raw material storage, and facility upgrades. Service provider grants have also been allocated to support the forestry sector, including a grant in 2019 to the University of Vermont's Extension Program to support development of new online resources to highlight and strengthen Vermont's forest economy. The contours and criteria of the new dedicated fund stewarded by an advisory board and administered by the department would be informed by the infrastructure assessment conducted in collaboration with the DECD and other stakeholders. And the bill has that assessment happening within this year. The department can leverage both existing and future data to guide the development of relevant financial instruments and technical assistance offerings. Our success in mobilizing over $17 million in CARES Act relief funding via the Agriculture and Food Infrastructure Reimbursement Program at the end of 2020 illustrates the staggering demand for funding and offers valuable insight into specific types of investment opportunities we can make. Through the process of administering those funds, it was apparent that there is great need and opportunity for additional infrastructure investment in the state. We are committed to building upon our experience surrounding financial program development and administration, particularly the department's grant and loan resources. We can also draw upon our history of collaboration with other state agencies, industry groups, funding institutions, and economic development organizations to help guide these important efforts and ensure a program design that is rooted firmly in research that assesses the various investment priorities and funding needs within agriculture, food, and forestry. Once established, the fund will benefit from oversight provided by an advisory board comprised of members from industry groups, value-added manufacturing, supply chain, finance, marketing, and business development. This department, in coordination with DECD, will play a central role in directing disbursements from the funds and ensuring its long-term success and viability through ongoing program evaluation. The department acknowledges the importance of ensuring that future infrastructure investments are accessible to historically underrepresented or underserved populations, including tribal communities and communities of color. We agree that it is critical to support governance models that reflect the skills, experiences, and racial diversity apparent within the state's food system and natural resource sectors. In summary, we agree that Maine needs strategic investment in our agriculture, food, and forest products infrastructure, and we welcome the opportunity to work with the bill's sponsors, as well as other critical stakeholders, to thoughtfully move these efforts forward. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Thank you for being here, Ms. Brady. I'm just wondering, let's for the moment think that this bill passes. And if it does, will the department be able to track the sort of the before and after phases of this? In other words, will you be able to focus on what sort of benefit there will be derived from this and be able to report that to us at some point when it's had a chance to work? Could you tell me what the process might be involved in accomplishing that? Thank you.
Sure, Representative. I think you're spot on to flag that tracking metrics and reporting on the value and impact of these investments is going to be critical, not only to understand where the funds are going, but also to see that our intent of creating more jobs and strengthening these various economies is successful. So while the contours and details of how this fund will be administered have really yet to be fully fleshed out, there is no doubt in my mind that from the department's standpoint, as well as the members of this future board, that type of tracking and reporting and quantification are going to be fundamental to the overarching program.
Thank you. That was what I was hoping to hear, because I think that a good analysis of it is important going forward so that we can see the benefit of this and not just have it be hyperbole or, anecdotal. I think it's very important. So thank you and I think going forward, that would be something the department would genuinely engage in. Thank you.
Other questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony this morning. Next is Amy Gallant.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Amy Gallant. I'm the Vice President of Public Policy and Research for Good Shepherd Food Bank. This is Diana Gallant. She is a private citizen. She resides in South Portland, and right now she is deep in a nap. I have a really good squish face view right here that you can't enjoy, but I can. The food bank has a bold goal that by 2025, all food insecure Mainers will have access to the nutritious food they need when and where they need it. In doing so, we will help stabilize the lives of the people we serve, reduce the economic costs of hunger in our state, and make Maine a stronger, more resilient place to work and live. In order to achieve this bold goal, the food bank must identify new and additional sources of food. LD 1565 will increase investment in Maine agriculture, food, and forest products industry so that producers, processors, and other food businesses can anticipate and access new markets and opportunities. The fund will facilitate strategic investments in the state's agriculture, food, and forest products, processing, and manufacturing industries, filling a gap in needed capital that does not currently exist in Maine. By supporting growth and innovation in critical infrastructure businesses, this bill will direct DACF and DECD to establish a statewide system for benchmarking progress toward identified needs in order to grow Maine's food system. This roadmap will absolutely assist the food bank in sourcing food to provide to Mainers experiencing food insecurity and helping us achieve that bold goal. We urge you to support LD 1565. Thank you for consideration of my testimony, and I am happy to take any questions you may have.
Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Next is Christine Cummings.
Good morning again. Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Christine Cummings. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Grocers and Food Producers Association. The Maine Department of Labor's data demonstrates that as of 2020 Q3, the state of Maine had more than 265 food manufacturers. These producers include those milling grains, sugar and confectionery manufacturers, fruit and vegetable preservers, dairy processors, animal slaughtering and processing, seafood preparation and packaging, and many more. In total, generating more than 5,600 jobs, and at the end of 2019, generating more than 223 million in total wages. In addition, in 2019 Q4, Maine was home to 113 beverage manufacturers who helped generate more than 104 million in total wages and more than 2,000 jobs. According to a Portland study done by Fork Food Lab, the Maine story has the potential for a 10 to 20% premium in the marketplace. IRI, a data analytics and insight company, reports that leading product claim trends for products in 2020 included the product's origin. It is anticipated that new eating behaviors from the COVID-19 pandemic are here to stay. Among those who are employed, more will continue to work from home, and this will impact how and where we shop and what we buy. Consumers will continue to seek out and purchase options that promote sustainability. Establishing the Maine Agricultural Food and Forest Products Investment Fund will allow for both private and public funds for increased access to capital for Maine's food manufacturers, better positioning the industry, both retailers and food manufacturers alike, to meet the demand for Maine foods. MGFPA supports a program that would seek to support underrepresented and underserved communities while also supporting those businesses well positioned for growth and market expansion. Importantly, while this would seek to expand infrastructure investments to increase access to new markets, the effort should also increase investments to strengthen current market penetration. In 2015, the Growing Maine's Food Industry Growing Maine report noted obstacles in Maine's business environment include high costs and caps in infrastructure. These include high costs of processing and the lack of processing capacity and accessible storage facilities. Maine food production, however, is well positioned for success. It was also noted that advantages of operating companies in Maine include access to a pristine environment with abundant land, water, and marine resources, a dedicated workforce, and being part of a heritage industry with a dynamic foodscape in which a state that values farming and food. 70% of small-scale food producer community has indicated that they need assistance with wholesale partnerships, determining shelf life, relationship building, distribution, and assistance with logistics, pricing, marketing, and sales strategies. Our industry has indicated that there is a lack of co-packing options and co-located facilities. A frequently referenced obstacle is that logistics and distribution models favor larger business models over small-scale production of smaller batches and lower profits, especially in relation to cold goods. It is encouraging to think that an investment fund
Can
and
you finish up
advisory
in a
board.
sentence or two, please?
Yep, with an accompanying assessment would be established for targeted and appropriately scaled food processing infrastructure projects. We are encouraged that the Maine DECD and DACF would work collaboratively to execute on the structure and execution of the fund's dollars. This is an opportunity to harmonize Maine's sometimes fragmented food network and to collectively work together on food-related economic development programming with input from stakeholders, business owners, and government entities, ensuring Maine's food producers are positioned for long-term success. Thank you.
Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Dana Duran, followed by Ellen Griswold, Gray Harris, and Heather Spalding.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. My name is Dana Duran. I'm Executive Director of a trade association called Professional Logging Contractors of Maine, the voice of independent logging and associated trucking contractors in the state. Been before you many times, so I won't beat the band with all the statistics. I think you're all familiar with them. So we are here to testify in support of LD 1565. While we have not been involved or had a role in the development of the legislation, we are generally supportive of its intent. But if something like this is created, we do have some amendments we would like to see made to more fully embrace the differentiation between both agriculture and forestry. And I'll get to those in a moment. As I think I mentioned in testimony before, a different bill, but similarly similar subject last week in front of this committee, which was LD 1549. I'm given the background regarding Form Maine, the Forest Opportunity Roadmap, which was created by Senator Collins and Senator King back in 2016. So that effort emulates this a little bit in terms of the legislation that Representative Ross has put forth. And the forest products industry has been going through a turbulent time, but also Form Maine was put together to kind of renew our industry and look for new opportunities, new funding, et cetera. So that effort is going to conclude in the spring, summer of 2022. So as I mentioned before, we're generally supportive of the structure, but I would propose several amendments. So in section 320B of the legislation, there is the creation of the Maine Agricultural Food System and Forest Products Infrastructure Investment Advisory Board. I would advocate that instead of having one investment advisory board for both industries, I think, in fact, I would recommend that there are two and they're split. Agriculture is too big, too diverse, et cetera, and is much different in many respects than forest products. I think trying to put both of them together is nearly impossible, and you're not going to be able to serve both masters, so to speak. So we would propose actually creating a separate and distinct organization and board for forest products. And I've attached an example of what that might look like, which we believe this would be in the executive branch and would go on for perpetuity. So we think that's a good idea. And I've given you an example of what that should look like. Many states, including our competitors in Wisconsin, Oregon, New York, et cetera, all have a similar structure, and we feel there should be one in Maine. Secondly, there's great emphasis in this bill on producers, but looking at the structure of the folks who would be on the board, there is no logger representative, and obviously loggers are similar to farmers, and there's great representation from the farming community on the board that's been included in the draft language, and I see no logger representative. So I think it concludes my testimony. I did provide written testimony, so all of this is in writing, include that structure that I recommended, but I would be happy to close there, save some time, and answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Mr. Duran, did you have any other amendments that you would like to point out at this time, other than the two you just mentioned? Thank you.
No, I think that's it, Representative Schofield. As I mentioned, we'd like to have separate and distinct boards that are created within potentially the executive branch at DECD. We'd like to see loggers actually have a seat at the table. Obviously, if there was a separate and distinct Forest Resources Council created, certainly loggers would have a seat at that table. We just want to make sure that both are very separate and distinct industries. They're both vital to the state. And I think, they are different in terms of products and distribution and value added production and et cetera. And I think trying to have one organization that's trying to manage whether it's funding or other issues is almost impossible.
Thank you for pointing out those differences. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Are there other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Next is Ellen Griswold.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the committee. My name is Ellen Griswold, and I'm testifying today on behalf of Maine Farmland Trust in support of LD 1565. MFT believes that to support Maine's rural economic development, farms must be economically viable. Over the years, MFT has collaborated with farmers, food businesses, and economic development organizations to establish enterprises and deliver a range of programs and services focused on establishing a vibrant and resilient agricultural sector and food system in Maine. These support services and programs for farmers include individualized farm business planning and workshops and technical assistance that are designed to help farmers develop their businesses strategically, and scale up their wholesale operations to obtain more market resilience and economic stability. In our work, we have seen how Maine farmers need improved processing infrastructure and other innovative opportunities across all agricultural sectors to increase the supply of Maine-grown products and to create new market opportunities for local farms. For instance, the lack of meat processing capacity in particular has been a long-standing challenge for livestock farmers in the state. Expanding dairy processing capacity, particularly for value-added products and in proximity to dairy farms, could help dairy producers grow their businesses and lower costs. And the seasonality of fruit and vegetable production in the state requires innovation to produce shelf-stable local products that can feed Mainers and create market opportunities outside of the state all year long. At the same time, there's enormous growth potential for the food sector in Maine and the sectors that support it, like farming. In fact, Governor Mills' 10-year economic development strategy identifies the food sector in Maine as one of the 4 areas most ripe for economic development because of the state's current strengths, the growing global demand, and the potential for job creation in the sector. But investment in food processing infrastructure is a necessary first step to growing this important segment of Maine's economy. This type of investment will also be necessary to meet the state's new climate action plan strategy of increasing the amount of food consumed in Maine from state food producers from 10% to 20% by 2025 and 30% by 2030 through local food system development. LD 1565 would provide the needed investment in Maine's food sector by establishing a fund to expand infrastructure investments in the agriculture, food, and forest products and economies. The bill would also prioritize investments in historically marginalized, underrepresented, and underserved communities, thereby ensuring that opportunities to scale and innovate are available to all different types of producers throughout the state. And the assessment mandated by LD 1565 would make sure that the infrastructure investments made through the fund are not duplicative of other efforts and are targeting the greatest infrastructure needs within the state in the most efficient manner. For all of these
reasons, a sentence or two, please.
Absolutely. For all of these reasons, MFT hopes that you will support LD 1565 and support the growth of Maine's agriculture, food, and forestry sectors and all of the economic and climate benefits they provide. I appreciate this opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Ellen or Ms. Griswold. We had some questions earlier about section 3, which goes into assessment, and you mentioned that section there, and there appear to be 8 parameters there in terms of assessment. Could you just talk about why you think that part of the bill is important and what you see coming out of that bill, that part of the bill?
Yeah, well, I think the assessment just makes sure that we are identifying where there truly are gaps and how the fund could best be sort of providing capital to those types of infrastructure needs. I think we've been involved in feasibility studies related to sort of new enterprises around processing facilities. And one of the things that has always been helpful is to look at sort of what went wrong with other initiatives so that we make sure that we're not repeating those mistakes. And at the same time, we're making sure that the investments are not duplicative of other work that's already underway. So we make sure that we're really targeting it to where there really are gaps that we need to fill to really expand and grow our food and agricultural sector in the state.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Are there other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Gray Harris.
Hi, everyone. I'm happy to be here. Good morning, Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill and members of the committee. My name is Gray Harris. I live in Yarmouth, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Food Systems at Coastal Enterprises, known as CEI, and I'm testifying today to express CEI's very strong support for LD 1565. As many of you know, CEI is a community development financial institution, and for 43 years, we've financed and advised Maine's rural entrepreneurs and natural resource-based businesses Agriculture and food systems is no exception. In just the past 10 years, we've provided over $20 million in financing. That's leveraged another 70 million. That's $100 million of investment in that community, and accounts for about 1,400 jobs, in particular for low-income people and underserved populations, as is aligned with our mission. And our experience tells us that this bill is needed. It's based on public-private partnership, and it builds critical infrastructure that creates the backbone for a thriving Maine food economy. It creates an investment fund of many different kinds of capital, but in particular, patient, low-cost, affordable, equity-like capital that does not currently exist in the marketplace and will leverage all the other capital providers that do exist. Creates a technical assistance program to get people ready for that investment. And it creates a coordinator role that can identify and target investments and connections within the supply chain. Importantly, all this activity creates good jobs and directly supports Maine agricultural production. You know, we know this public-private partnership model works because we've seen its impact in our neighboring states of Vermont and Massachusetts, and we know this model is needed because of our experience. Our Tastemaker Technical Assistance Program is similar to the one proposed in this bill. It's been oversubscribed for 2 years in a row. This year alone, we had $2 million in requests, and we only had $100,000 to support 6 businesses. And our Catalyst Fund, which has made over $1.5 million of investments in early stage food, value added and processing businesses in the past year, has not been able to meet the total capital needs of over $15 million of all of these businesses, much of which is still, entrepreneurs are still struggling to raise. This bill aligns with other current state economic and diversity policy and practitioner effort and goals. And at the end of the day, I think our message is that, you know, we believe that good economic development addresses the problems of today, but excellent economic development anticipates opportunities of tomorrow and sets up the tools that will help entrepreneurs create realities out of their vision and transform local economies. And we think that LD 1565 does just that. I really appreciate this opportunity to present to you. I'm happy to field any questions, and please do refer to our written testimony, which we've submitted, and it has links to all sorts of background materials as well, and we do hope you take a look at that. Thank you.
Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Heather Spalding, followed by Ryan Parker.
Hello again, Senator Dill, Representative, oops, sorry. Technical difficulties here. Sorry about that. I'll start over. Hello again, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the committee. I'm Heather Spalding, Deputy Director of MOFGA. I'm submitting comments in support of LD 1565, and we're very happy that this bill has come back to your attention after having received unanimous support from this committee in the last legislature before COVID derailed its progress. We feel that this bill would help us achieve a primary goal that we have by the year 2030. We aim to increase the number of certified organic growers from 550 to 750, and the amount of organically managed land from 7% to 10% of the state's agricultural land. COVID-19 has underscored both the fragility of Maine's food system and the resiliency and innovation of our farmers, food producers, distributors, retailers, and food security organizations. The disruptions to markets created a growing interest in farmers diversifying into value-added products to increase the stability of their markets, their businesses, and to create more products for the remaining or new markets, which included lots of new farm stands, by adding commercial kitchens on farm, working with co-packers or incubator kitchens, and buying in more value-added Maine products from other farms and businesses. Many of our farmers also began to market their products cooperatively and directly to consumers, requiring aggregation and distribution infrastructure. We know there's a great need for improved infrastructure for the dairy sector, both on farm and at the processing level. Several of our livestock farms venturing into on-farm butchery and expanding those operations as access to licensed slaughterhouses in Maine is dwindling. Farms are making infrastructure improvements, but they report that accessing financial capital through financing or grants is very burdensome and challenging. Online ordering has taken off in the past year, and so it underscores the need for improved broadband access. We hear recurring calls for that, for online marketing resources, on-farm processing facilities, improved transportation and distribution systems, and probably most frequently on-farm infrastructure that's compliant with the Food Safety Modernization Act. We got a specialty crop block grant to pilot some projects. $50,000 went out to 11 different farms, and they're using the award to make improvements in their wash, pack, and food storage infrastructure to comply with FSMA. So that's a very great need as well. We are engaged in many different programs through USDA and the Maine Department of Agriculture, and we really feel like the programs we offer, those established programs and programs that would come from this bill would create a multiplier effect.
Could you finish up in a sentence or two, please?
Yes. I have more in my written remarks, but yes, I just think that we really appreciate this initiative, and we feel like it would dovetail very well with LD 1475, which is the bond initiative to secure $5 million towards Maine food and agriculture infrastructure. So thank you very much. I encourage you to vote ought to pass.
Thank you. Are there questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning. Next is Ryan Parker.
Yes, thank you. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Ryan Parker. I'm a lifelong Mainer who grew up in a rural agricultural community, and now as an adult, I call another rural agricultural community home, Newport, where I live with my family and I farm. I really thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of LD 1565, an act to strengthen Maine's agriculture, food, and forest economy. I want to begin by thanking Representative Talbot Ross, Senator Hickman, and their co-sponsors for bringing forward this important legislation again. The merits of the legislation are sound and will strengthen some of Maine's most important economic, cultural, and historic endeavors. But this opportunity has also given me the chance to get all dressed up again for the first time in a year and a half, and I never thought I'd miss a suit and tie, so I appreciate that. In addition to farming commercially for nearly 2 decades, during which time I built my farm from our first 6 customers to become the largest year-round CSA in Maine, and started the Hamden Farmers Market. I'm a member of the Newport Economic Development Corporation. I'm also currently enrolled in the Culinary Arts program at Kennebec County Community College. And I'm also the Associate Director of Programs for Maine for Food Corps, which is a national nonprofit organization dedicated to teaching elementary and middle school students about agriculture through school gardening and cooking healthy food. So as you've no doubt gathered from this list of my interests, my participation and interest in agriculture and food policy runs deep, and it's been developed over several years. LD 1565 deserves support for several reasons. First, this bill will create the much needed investment in 3 of Maine's most important economic drivers, agriculture, food, and forestry, all 3 of which, in addition to our coastal enterprises, help to create and contribute to our largest economic driver, which is tourism. This funding will help create investment in these 3 industrial sectors. This will create stability in industries that are impacted by many factors, including climate patterns, individual weather events, and long-term return on investment, all of which in many cases have made traditional capital investment unattractive to normal financiers, including banks. In addition to the creation of this important fund, the legislation creates an advisory group that will help oversee the programming and investment created by 1565. The membership makeup of this advisory board is sensible and pragmatic. It represents industries that have the most interest and experience in agriculture and forestry sectors. Importantly, this board will also include an expert in marketing, marketing development, and marketing assistance, and financial planning, all things that provide needed service to many hardworking Mainers who are great at farming and forestry, but not necessarily experienced in marketing. The inclusion of members of the processing, manufacturing, and distribution mechanisms in Maine is critical. Members of this committee are no strangers to the longtime struggles Maine has experienced in developing our processing infrastructure, particularly in the agricultural sector, but also in our forest products economy, especially since the demise of most of Maine's paper industry over the past several decades. Finally, my experience in the legislature tells me that this bill was crafted carefully and thoughtfully, and it is not my intention to disturb or derail that careful work, especially when the current language has motivated support from so many people I often see testifying against each other. A bill that brings all these players to the table on the same side is good for the state. However, I would suggest the advisory committee be expanded to include representation from two other sectors important to the working lands and people of Maine. First would be a representative from a statewide conservation group. The management of our forests and agricultural land are critical to the beauty and natural heritage of our state, all of which contributes to our tourism industry, which is traditionally our largest economic driver, but has been hit hard by the pandemic. Additionally, seafood is a huge part of Maine's food story, and it might be worth considering the men and women working our coastal waters for inclusion on this investment and board. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today and to support LD 1565. If it is helpful for you as you consider the legislation, I'm available at any time to answer questions via email, phone, or at your work sessions to offer what I may in terms of my years of experience working in agriculture and economic development in Maine's rural landscape. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions? Okay. Again, thank you for your testimony, and that's the last person we have on 1565, so I will close the hearing on LD 1565. And we'll go over to LD 1611, an act to amend Maine's harness racing laws regarding race dates and parimutuel pools. And hopefully Representative Pryzak is here. Nice to see him on the bottom. Welcome back, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know I owe you folks some snacks, so I have a couple of different offers. I could do it virtually. I can show you what I have and tell you how much I'm enjoying it. Or I can wait until we're back in the horseshoe.
There we go.
Okay. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I am Representative Ted Pryzak. I represent District 20, Acton, Lebanon, and part of Shapley, where we're proud to say that as of yesterday, we served 100 tons of USDA food boxes to our constituents in the last 9 months. Everyone knows that Scarborough Downs was sold several years ago. The new owners have been very clear that they have a development plan and that harness racing was not part of the future for that piece of land. Many folks involved in the industry have worked over the past couple of years to transition the business. This included the passage of LD 1590 in the 129th legislature, which gave the former operator of Scarborough Downs the ability to open an off-track betting facility, despite the fact that they would not have been permitted to do so under prior law without triggering veto rights of other OTBs. Since Scarborough closed, a new commercial track has been licensed and is operating temporarily at Cumberland Fairgrounds. LD 1611 simply loosens the reins and provides the new operator the ability to conduct simulcasting at a location in Portland. If the Harness Racing Commission approves as a bridge leading to the new track. Growing the industry for the long term requires introducing new fans and getting more people exposed to harness racing, both in person and on television. It's going to be the key. LD 1611 will help bring those new fans in without expanding any gaming. The license already exists, so the bill just tweaks where the license can be used. The real question for the committee is whether or not we want harness racing to continue in our state. If we do, then passing LD 1611 is an important step on that path. LD 1611 also enables the commercial tracks, the Horsemen's Representative Association, and Maine State Racing Commission to negotiate a reduction in total days raced in a year. This latitude to reduce days will ensure that the tracks can offer fuller fields, which provides better quality racing to be marketed to a worldwide audience. I thank you for your time. And if you have questions, I ask that you hold them for the Honorable Don Marine, who I think is following me.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for Representative Kryzak? All right, seeing none. Thank you for presenting the bill this morning.
Thank you, Senator.
Next is Henry Jennings, followed by Don Marian, Michael Chinchet, and Michael Cushing.
Good morning, Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Henry Jennings, and I am the Executive Director for the Maine State Harness Racing Commission. And today I'm speaking in support of LD 1611. The bill contains two separate amendments to Maine's harness racing statutes. The first one modifies the definition of a commercial track, and this is a key definition in the harness racing statutes because a lot of the disbursement of revenues is dependent upon which entities do or do not qualify as a commercial track. So it's a pretty key definition. And as the sponsor explained, it simply allows for a commercial track to race less than the statutory minimum number of days. For a Southern Maine track, that's currently 70 days. And it's really just not practical or feasible for a startup track to be able to run 70 days in this environment. So it allows the commission to authorize fewer days when it makes sense to do that. Calendar years 2020 and 2021 really provide ample evidence that this change is necessary. The second component of LD 1611 allows a licensed commercial track to operate a simulcast operation at a satellite location. For anybody who doesn't understand what a simulcast operation is, that's when you allow the patrons who are physically present at your location to view horse racing that's going on across the country and sometimes across the world and place wagers on those races that are going on elsewhere. It's important because that's the lion's share of the revenue that a commercial track receives is through the simulcast operation. So LD 1611 would allow that simulcast operation to operate elsewhere, provided that it's within 25 miles of the commercial track and is located in a municipality with a population greater than 55,000. By statute, the Maine Department of Ag, Conservation and Forestry is charged with developing policies that will allow harness racing to remain competitive. And consistent with that charge, it's my firm belief that the future of Maine harness racing rests squarely on the success of a new commercial track in Southern Maine. We simply aren't going to survive long-term as an industry without a successful commercial track in Southern Maine. We just won't have the infrastructure and the critical mass of horsemen and horses to supply the fairs and the Northern Maine track. And I think we'll, as an industry, we'll probably begin to phase out as in terms of economic viability. For this reason, I think policies that enhance the economic viability of a new Southern Maine track are crucial to the industry's survival and deserving of support. So that's all I have today. I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Jennings? I do have one for you. I noticed that there's actually one of the parameters is and you mentioned it, a population of 55,000 or more. Of course, that restricts this completely to Portland. Do you see that as a problem? Should it be a lesser population so it gives other towns that's within 25 miles of racetracks, if they want to open up parimutuel or simulcast or whatever the proper term may be, an off-track betting. What are your thoughts on that?
I guess I would say that question, I think, is better directed to Don Marian and Michael Chinquette potentially. I personally have had some questions about how we've come up with where our OTBs have been located and why we've never tapped Portland as a market. But those are things that are related to the evolution of the system over time and the evolution of the statutes. So I don't feel I'm in the best position to answer that question, Senator Dill, but I would defer to some other people who will follow.
Okay. Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jennings, for being here. And I'm not sure if you're the person I want to ask this question, whether you can answer this question either. But if you can't, just say so. But I know the developer of the new owner of Scarborough Downs doesn't want a racetrack there, and I believe that's the situation, has said that they've got other plans for that land. My question is, and I'm a little confused and I'm not sure if you or somebody else can answer it. We put an awful lot of money, allowed a lot of racetrack money to go into Scarborough Downs over the last few years in order to keep it there and keep it operating. We don't have any recourse on that now. I mean, we put I don't know, a lot of money in there over the last. I remember having discussions in this committee about paying them stipends and additional money, and is that all for naught, all gone, and no recourse for us?
Well, I think the best way I could answer that question, Senator Black, would be to say that, to my understanding, all of the money that was directed towards Scarborough Downs, and for that matter, for Bangor Raceway, is really directed there in anticipation of essentially offsetting the enormous costs of hosting a meet. It's just gotten to be incredibly expensive to operate a track because of all the contracts and the liability. It costs somewhere around $12,000 a race day to operate a track, and it's hard to generate revenues to essentially offset that. So there was no expectation when those monies were funneled towards the commercial tracks that there would be an ongoing investment in the track, or that the track had an obligation to account for those in terms of continuing to operate.
Can I have a follow-up?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm a little confused because I think in this committee we had discussion on that was, that was part of the viability of keeping Scarborough Downs open and running, and that's why we needed to put the money in there for them to stay open, was that money and their plans. I think we were led to believe that they would continue to operate. Am I assuming something that's not true?
Well, I guess I wasn't privy to that angle of it. To me, again, all of the money that went there was to offset operating costs. And I think you can look at it different ways, but maybe again, direct those questions to other people along the way. But that is statutorily, that was not how I viewed it.
Thank you.
Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Thank you, sir, for being here today and helping us with this. I'm just curious if you, and not to put you on the spot, but do you have any idea roughly how many horse people or horse families or horse owners are involved in the parimutuel enterprise in Maine, and what I'm just looking for the numbers to see how many people this affects throughout the industry. Thank you.
Well, I think I can see down below that Michael Cushing's signed up to speak, and that he is the president of the Maine Harness Horsemen's Association. He'd be the best one to respond to that. But I think what I should promised to the committee is to forward a copy of the 2016 report on the economic impacts of harness racing to the state of Maine, because in the executive summary, it lists a lot of statistics and details about how many jobs are created and how it supports the rural and agricultural economy. So I will pledge to get that to the committee clerk or to Karen for distribution to the committee members.
Thank you. That's sort of where I was going with that. Appreciate that very much.
Are there any other questions? All right, seeing none. Next is Michael Chinchett.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for having me today. My name is Michael Chinchett. I reside in Cumberland. I had worked with many of you before in a prior life, but I'm here today on behalf of First Tracks Investments LLC, which, as was noted by Representative Kryzak and Mr. Jennings, is the new commercial track licensee operating temporarily from the Cumberland Fairgrounds this year. I did submit written testimony. I'm not gonna read it to you all, but I wanted to just make a couple quick points with respect to this bill and with respect to the question of a satellite simulcast facility. The first is, if you do have my written testimony, on the second page is a map, and one of the market opportunities we see is the ability to really showcase Maine horsemen, Maine horses, and Maine agriculture, to the world. And I don't say that facetiously. I literally mean to a worldwide audience. Listening to many of the bills the committee's heard this morning, one of the future opportunities, I think, for our state, as many speakers before me have noted, is Maine's agricultural heritage and Maine's agricultural opportunity. That's true in crops, that's true in livestock, and I think that's true with horse population. On the map that's attached are the various locations that are presently signed up to start receiving the signal from our races that we'll be putting on starting this Saturday, May 8th. And we'd love to see any members of the committee or any members of the legislature who are so available at the fairgrounds. But that map shows right now where the signal will be broadcast, where folks from around the world can see what Maine horsemen have to offer, and Mike Cushing can talk about what that looks like. In terms of the specifics of this bill, it's really twofold. The first is, I think, as the committee knows well, and as Mr. Jennings just noted, running tracks are expensive endeavors, and again, this is why at many places throughout the nation they've developed new revenue opportunities, primarily in the form of expanded gaming, slots, table games, etc. That's not what we're proposing. That's not what's before this committee or any other committee of the legislature. We think a harness track and a harness facility can be brought online without that kind of subsidy. That said, while we're in this interregnum, bringing the new track online and operating from Cumberland, as Representative Kryzak mentioned, the license that we presently hold authorizes simulcast wagering. Rather than try to do that at the Cumberland Fairgrounds and put TVs everywhere, we hope that's really not a viable opportunity, although it's permitted, for two reasons. One is because the facility is not really equipped for that use. But the second piece, and Senator Dill, to your question to Mr. Jennings, the second piece of that is, if harness racing is going to continue, we need to expose more people to it. And right now, the locations of the tracks and the other OTBs are essentially destinations unto themselves. People have to know about harness racing and horse racing and make an affirmative choice to go out and find it. The hope with this temporary facility is to have people be exposed to it in passing, draw some interest in the context of really what is obviously one of the largest tourism destinations in the state, and that's the city of Portland. To the
Finish up in a sentence or two, please.
Yeah, and so with that, I'm happy to take any questions the committee can have. I'm happy to have any conversations, and I'm happy to make myself available for the work session.
Are there questions from anyone? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Don Moran. Got to unmute yourself, sir. Don, you're muted.
All right, that's better then.
That is
Okay,
much better.
thank you. Thank you, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill. This is Don Marian. I live in Hollis. I've been involved in the harness racing industry for more than 30 years. And first of all, I want to thank Representative Kryzak for bringing this bill forward to see if we can get the industry headed in the right direction again. As I said, I've been involved for more than 30 years. I've seen lots of ups and downs and lots of dark days. This probably is one of the brightest spots that I've seen in all my years of being involved in this business. We have someone who's willing and wants and has the ability to invest in a new track in Southern Maine, which could really regenerate the interest in this business and bring a lot of people back who have not been involved in it for a number of years. We're already hearing that. This bill allows us to have another tool in our toolbox to make best use of the horses that we have currently and new horses that may be coming forward. And if we have the continuation of this COVID or something similar to it, and like we did in 2020, race day reductions would almost be mandatory in order to survive. So this bill will allow that to happen on the approval of the Horsemen's Association, the two commercial tracks, and the Harness Racing Commission, all three working together and deciding whether or not we need to race less than the statutory days that we're required to race. That is a huge plus for all of us, for the commercial tracks and the horsemen, to make best use of our resources. The other part of the bill, which would allow Mr. Chinquette or First Tracks to have an offsite OTB simulcast facility in Portland, is a good common sense use of effort and his license. He addressed that pretty well. There are a lot of questions, I'm sure, that can be asked. The bill doesn't allow anything to happen that expands gaming. It just allows an adjustment to the current laws that we have. So I'm trying to show the enthusiasm, and there is a lot of enthusiasm among the horsemen and owners who want to see this new track in Southern Maine. We're really very, very excited, and I urge you to support LD 1611. And thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you. Representative Underwood.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Marine.
Yes.
What tracks are where are the tracks that are going to race live going to be located? And also, where are the OTB off-track betting facilities do you think should be located?
Well, we currently have 4 OTBs, 5 OTBs, I guess now, when you count the former Scarborough Downs. The commercial track is in Bangor, and we currently have a temporary one at the Cumberland Fairgrounds. The new one that would be built, and I think this is Mr. Chinquette's question that you should be asking, but I'm confident that probably it's going to be in York County. I'm not exactly sure yet. I'm not sure that's been made public yet, but I know that it's in the works. Southern Maine Southern Maine for the location of a southern tracker where the people are. That's the best thing that could happen to us to get exposure to our industry. So I think that's the move. It's York County.
Thank you very much. And I am a harness racing fan. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Senator, and very good to see you again, Representative Marine.
Well, it's great to be seen. Thank you.
A question I would have is where the harness racing season is getting started this weekend. Would you see this bill should be have an emergency clause attached to it so that we can get it moved forward quickly?
Absolutely. There is an emergency clause. It is an emergency bill as it's written. Okay. And yes, that would be very helpful in case we need to use it. Currently, it looks like we might be okay, but it would be nice to have that tool there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dale. And good morning, Honorable Marine. I'm so glad to see you. You sat over my right shoulder for the last 6 years, and I miss having you there still. Do you see? Could you maybe expand a little bit, Don, on the importance of this horsemanship in Maine and what it does for our economy and the families that are involved? Could you just touch on that a little bit from your perspective? Thank you.
Sure. Having been involved in almost every facet of this business in the last 30 years, I know the commitment that it takes. And so I know commitments that families make to be involved in harness racing. It's a 24/7, 7 days a week commitment. I mean, to get a horse to be involved in the Maine Sire Stakes program from the very beginning until you get it to the track, if you're real lucky, it's a 3-year investment. To get a baby and to raise it and get it trained and get it to the track. Huge, huge economic investment there. Not to say the number of hours and the land and the equipment and that kind of thing. So harness racing in Maine is most of us that are in it, we're in it for the love of the sport. We certainly weren't in it for the love of the money, because you probably couldn't generate enough money to pay your overhead. The only ones that could make a living at it were the trainers, and the trainers worked really hard. And if they were successful, they were rewarded. If they weren't successful, they just prayed and got another horse and went on and tried to do it again. So this has been going on for more than 100 years. It does. I mean, I saw some dark days years ago where we were racing for $600, but we kept doing it. And we'll keep doing it as long as there is a place to do it. Having this bright light at the end of the tunnel now with First Tracks willing to make this huge investment in York County to build a new racetrack is so exciting. I mean, people are already going to auctions and things and looking at horses to reinvest, people that haven't done it for years. So we're going to be really lucky in the end, and Maine's going to be proud. And the world is going to see what it is that we're doing with this effort that First Tracks is making to send our signal around the world. It's going to make a huge difference in the value of our horses. I mean, they'll increase the value so that when we sell horses in Maine, our yearlings and things are going to be worth more because they can see that the opportunity is there.
Thank you, Don. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your question.
Nice seeing you again.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Next is Michael Cushion, followed by Denise Terry. There you go. Can you hear me, Michael? There you are.
Yes, I can now. I can. Yes. It's now it's good afternoon, Agricultural Committee, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill. My name is Mike Cushing. I reside in Farmington. My wife and I currently have a stable of 20 some odd horses. I serve as the president of the Maine Harness Horsemen's Association. And since Mr. Marine just spoke before me, I thought I'd let him know over my right shoulder here is Roadshow Vic, a 14-year-old Maine bred that Mr. Marine owned the sire that this fellow's out of. Yeah, I'd like to speak on behalf of the bill. Of course, I don't want to repeat too much of what Mike Chinchette and Don Marine have already eloquently pointed out, but yes, it is a twofold bill. One, creating a better climate or a better financial situation for the two commercial tracks, that if the industry is better off or better suited to race a few less days than is currently under statute, we want that freedom to do so. But again, there's a safety net that if the commission or either one of the commercial tracks or the association that I represent thinks that it's not acceptable, what we want to do, any of those, it would not be able to go forward. I think that's important. The industry, I've now been doing this for, I guess you'd say 35 years technically, but the Farmington Fairgrounds, I tell people, was my daycare. So it's my whole life is in it. The industry, I can't recall a time that all facets have been working together towards the same goal, and I want to thank every one of them for doing so. The other component of the possibility of First Tracks operating its simulcasting component off of Cumberland Fairgrounds is one, it's necessary that it can't be the Cumberland Farmers Club don't want it there, and its location is certainly not optimal for the state's income, the horsemen's revenue, and certainly the operators. Aside from that, it's kind of exciting to think about if Portland were okayed. I just know it's an entirely different clientele than the sport that I love has been exposed to in Maine, which I think benefits all of us in the short term. Of course, the end goal for First Tracks and for myself is to see what happens with a new track, with an entirely new vision being put forward, which is extremely exciting. The association we knew that there were possibilities of such a thing, but about 2.5 years ago, we were approached by the owners of Scarborough Downs, not the Terry family, but the Resparas, and I believe it's the Michus, that wanted to meet with the horsemen, and they let us know, and we thanked them, and it was a hard thank you because it was meaning the end of an era in a way, but they assured us that we would be able to continue through 2019 and possibly even 2020, which by the grace of God, we did use that facility in 2020 and appreciate it. The term was used on that meeting, there was a runway, and that runway was 2020. And it's been a fast forward maneuvering of recontacting with Michael Chinchette and trying to piece things together quickly. It's exciting the route that we're going, it's exciting what's been accomplished so far. But I think that 1611 will actually pave an easier path for the industry to be successful on day one, to get to that bridge, to get across that bridge to the new track and be successful going forward. Super exciting times. I thank you folks for taking your time. I will try to answer questions if you have some. And that's the end of my testimony for today. I thank you for taking the time.
Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Cushing, for being here. And from what I'm hearing from your testimony, the Horsemen's group and the industry, most of the harness racing industry, fully supports this bill.
Yes, for sure. Those are the day-to-day horsemen, the Horsemen's Association, without question, support this bill. In fact, it's going to be a real boost for us, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Hall.
Yes, thank you, Senator Dale, and thank you, Mr. Cushing, for testifying. This is a question I'm not sure that I know you can answer it, but I should have asked it to Mr. Chinchette. How long a time frame do you think you're going to be using the Cumberland facility? Just for, a year or two, or what do you think the long-term plan is here? Well,
as far as we know, and certainly COVID-19 has slowed production on some things, but I think we're real close to moving forward. The commitment is for 2021 and 2022. And the desire is to be up and running in 2023. I don't know if the window is open, if First Tracks needed Cumberland for half a season to get us there. I think that's a possibility, Representative Hall. But I'm not privy to that explicitly.
Okay, one more question.
Sure.
Yep.
You got any hot tips for us?
Yeah. The first weekend of racing, everything raced well. In the last 2 weeks, nothing has raced well. So if the weather forecast goes as such, next week should be a better week for Team Cushing. I sure hope so.
All right. Thanks, Mike.
You're welcome.
Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Let me ask you this question, Mr. Cushing. Thank you for being here. What is the impact of harness racing overall in Maine? I'm talking about the byproducts of this, the peripheral parts of horse racing in Maine. Could you talk about that a little bit, please?
A little bit. I know that about 2013, a study was done. I couldn't give you the number. I'm going to give you two different studies. I know in that study, the impact, it was done by the University of Maine. Mr. Marine probably could have answered that question because he was involved with selecting University of Maine, or at least that they came to the table willing to do it. And it was in the tens of millions of dollars in just in this state. But Representative Schofield, since then, Maine is probably a lesser number than the one I'm going to give you, because I know the cost of feed and the cost of hay is the more rural a state, the less the cost maybe to keep a functional horse. But the American Horse Council did a study in 2017, and I listened to an impassioned testimony from a representative in that council from Michigan, and he spoke before a committee, ag committee, a month or two ago. And the number that the American Horse Council, which was not a racehorse based study, was on the racehorse, standardbred racehorse. For every dollar of purse money that they race for, they generate national average $82 in economic impact. Now, I know to me, that just sounds like not even possible, I'm thinking, but it cited all sorts of the research that was done by the Horse Council. When you start talking, a truck is $100,000 right now, a diesel 3/4 ton, what we need, it's exponential every time. I can speak from years of experience. Every time I get a purse check, believe me, there's at least 6 people that want a piece of that. So it's feasible, but that's the number. That is the number that was cited, and I don't think it's way off. I think Maine, it's probably, given the rural side, in the 60s. So I'm going to guess for every dollar of purse money we race for it, a single horse probably generates about $60 on that buck. It's a pretty good investment for, it's a lot of hard work, but it is what it is. But it's very, very impactful, Representative Schofield.
Thank you for explaining that big economic impact. Thank you very much.
Representative Osher.
So with the off-track betting, there's no main horse that's racing for a purse. So that sounds like it's a separate. There was this commentary about why that's necessary. Could you? Maybe I'm asking the wrong person. Can you tell me why that's necessary?
Yeah, as a fan, I like it because Maine racing is going to be showed at every site, of course. So I know that my folks that we represent as a board, their horses will be racing on all of those sets, and they can wager on it. But it actually affects us economically as well, because what we race for, some share of that purse is generated from simulcast wagers. Even if at one of our OTBs somebody wagers on a race in New Jersey, even though it may only be in the fraction of a penny, every dollar wagered at an OTB in the state of Maine goes into our purses, a small share of it. So the wider it's exposed to the more to the new bettors that it's exposed to, it does have an economic impact on what we actually race for. So it's beneficial. Yes, it's obviously first beneficial to the new racetrack operator or whoever's going to be operating an OTB. The better the location, the better the product, the more they do, better they will do, which is great. But it's also beneficial to us.
Are there other questions? Yes, Representative Osher.
Thank you, Chair Dill. This is a regional thing. So the statement was that this bill was for a municipality over 55,000 people. So basically targeting Southern Maine, and I am in Orno, which is in the greater Bangor area. So can you tell me how this does or does not impact the harness racing that happens right here in Bangor?
Certainly. It will expose races that take place in Bangor to a more to a region, to a segment of Maine that it's not been exposed. Certainly they'll have many other tracks to wager on, but if they take a liking to wagering on horse racing, if it's a new form of entertainment for them, a part of that wager will be on Bangor's track, and that money for every dollar, and I don't know the breakdown, but there'll be money received at the host track, which would be Bangor, for a race if bets placed on their horse, and a fraction of that will also go to Maine purses to feed our horses and fund our business. So it's a plus for Bangor's track. I did speak with, I don't want to speak on behalf of anybody else, but I have talked with those associated with the track, and they're very comfortable that this bill is not any sort of Bangor. In fact, it's probably only a slight, very confident of that.
Other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And we'll move on.
Thank you.
Yep, we'll move on to Denise Terry.
Good morning, Senator Dill. Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Denise Terry, and I reside in Falmouth. I'm the president of Scarborough Downs, and I appreciate the opportunity to share my concerns about LD 1611. My mother has been the owner and principal of the Downs since my stepfather's death in 2001. My mom, who could not be here today because of a debilitating illness, was the first woman to own and manage a main racetrack. The Downs had lost money every year for several decades when she took over. She turned the operation around, and it regularly returned a small profit until competition with the casinos eroded our revenues. To keep the track and the industry alive, my mother liquidated many assets and invested the proceeds into the operation. A few years ago, however, we were approached by others in the harness racing industry. They explained they had a plan to turn a profit without offering expanded gaming, and they wanted the Downs to step aside and allow a new commercial track. We reached a detailed agreement to transition the Downs to an OTB license and operation beginning this year. To help with the transition, we provided most of Maine's live racing during the pandemic last year at a very substantial loss. The legislature embraced the compromise, including by passing the bill that became Public Law 2019, Chapter 626. The law made it easier for a new commercial track to meet all applicable requirements, and a commercial track license was issued to the Chinchat family to operate Cumberland Fair as a commercial track in accordance with the agreement. Section 16 of that law allowed the Downs to continue as a licensed OTB. We received our OTB license effective January 1 of this year and have operated under that license. LD 1611 would drastically alter the compromise the industry reached and under which my family and company surrendered our commercial track license. It would allow the new commercial track, or indeed any track, located within 25 miles of Portland to have a permanent Portland OTB without regard to the wishes of the city and without regard to the rights of the existing OTBs, including the Downs, which depends on Portland customers. And the track-owned OTB would pay lower taxes than any other OTB because its wagers would be taxed at the rate applicable to the tracks, not the rate that applies to other OTBs. Under existing law, a new OTB needs the consent of all other OTBs within 35 miles. The Downs received the support of every such OTB for a change in the law that allowed us to continue as an OTB because the entire industry worked on a compromise and agreed it was fair to all interests. But none of the OTBs within 35 miles of Portland has agreed to 1611. This is an unfair bill that rewrites an agreement the entire industry and the legislature agreed upon and implemented just last year. Because it's unfair, I respectfully ask you to oppose LD 1611, and I would, of course, be pleased to answer any of your questions.
Are there any questions? Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, I'm sorry. I had this on for Star Wars Day. Could you explain a little more about the lack of agreement with nearby tracks? Like, who are the tracks? Can you just talk us through that a little bit more, please?
When we were approached by First Track LLC, First Track Now LLC, the one that's going to be operating Cumberland Fair, and the other members of the industry, the Maine Harness Horsemen's Association, and they had asked that we step down, of course, as a commercial racetrack, so that they could build a new racetrack and offer a newer facility for the harness racing industry.
Okay, thanks. So I think I follow. So you said for the previous agreement you worked with the Cumberland
Yeah.
Fair, and you're saying that those
It's not the
folks-
Cumberland Fair. It was Michael Chinchet and his family who now have the license, and they were supposed to obtain a piece of property and build a racetrack, a new racetrack. And I'm assuming because of the pandemic that did not happen. So what they did is they approached Cumberland Fair, and while they're looking to build this new racetrack, that's where they'll be racing, is at Cumberland Fair.
Okay. So who are the stakeholders that you're saying haven't agreed? I just don't know if I'm following. I'm having second vaccine fogginess, so maybe I'm just being thick-headed, but I'm not quite following the timeline and who opposes it.
Members of the industry got together that would allow, because I was a commercial track with a simulcast license, I was not an off-track betting parlor. And in order for me to step down as the commercial track and step aside so that they could do this new racetrack, it was agreed that I could stay on as an OTB, and we had certain language in the laws that would change that would allow me to be an OTB, because even though I was a commercial track and did simulcasting, it's still off-track betting is what I do currently now. I take signals from around the state and take wagers on them. It's just a different technology where, depending on the license that you obtain. So I have an OTB license now, not a commercial track with a simulcast license. Simulcasting happens at the track. You don't have a commercial track and then have a separate location 25 miles away to do the simulcasting.
Okay, thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Terry, for being here. I guess my question, I'm a little confused. Did I hear you say that you was in opposition to this bill?
I am in opposition to this bill.
And could you explain to me why?
Sure. As in, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
As an OTB, there is a market share, and the way that the law was written back in 1991 is there's a 35-mile radius that protects an OTB due to the market share. So I am an off-track betting parlor, and what is happening is this would change where the commercial track would be putting off-track betting parlor in Portland, which is 6 miles in my backyard. So there is going to be it will affect my business, and I believe it also would affect the Brunswick OTB as well. So that would be why I would be in opposition to 1611.
Follow-up question, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
It's my understanding and that we have, over the years, I think you've been before the committee several times in the past, and the harness racing and the simulcast, I believe, and we've spent a lot of money trying to keep Scarborough Downs open, and yet I've heard you testify and say that your family has not been able to make it financially. You've had to sell assets and whatever. So is it a competition thing that you're not going to be able to continue to operate, losing money? And I guess my question is why are you still interested? You're not going to race horses at Scarborough's Downs, even with the money that we've subsidized the Scarborough Downs in the past. You're still losing money.
Correct. As a commercial track, as a commercial racetrack, we did lose money. Our family put money into this business for many, many, many years. The costs that go along with live racing, which you've heard Henry Jennings testify to, is in the upwards of $12,000 a day. The OTB does not have as many costs as the live commercial race meet does, and I think as the other part of this bill that you are being asked to approve is to reduce the number of live race days. And there were many years that I and our business came forward to the industry and asked for a reduction in live days because it is too expensive to race. And the industry at that point in time did not want to reduce the race days. They just told me to figure it out. We would race in the upwards of 125 days a year. So I think that the industry has seen that they do need to change their model. And I can appreciate very much them asking to reduce the number of days. And I think that that's fantastic. And I hope that the industry can make it survive. It's been a pleasure to be a part of this industry. I am just asking to be able to remain an OTB. I enjoy this business. I enjoy operating as an OTB. We have fantastic customers that come in and they have a social life there. They come in and they get their coffee and it's like a little social club. And it's a great little business that we have going now. And to see that we work so hard to get to step aside and let the industry go in a direction that they would like to go in and agree that I can have an OTB and then months later want an OTB put right in my backyard while I'm trying to get my business up and going is it's just a little bit difficult to understand. And so I don't know if I answered your question, but that was my attempt.
Representative Hall.
Yes, thank you, Senator, and thank you, Ms. Terry, for being here today. Could you just clarify for me, you stated in your testimony that Scarborough Downs has been sold, and I assume that part of that was the business of the OTB, but I'm not just understanding everything of how you're still in business with your OTB if the whole business has been sold. Just if you could clarify that, please.
I have a lease with the Risberries and the Nishots. I work very well with them. They can appreciate what I'm trying to do as having an OTB. And so I got the OTB license. So the OTB is actually my business and I lease the building that the OTB is in. The rest of the land, all of the land was sold. I just leased the building that I'm operating in. So.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me.
Senator Black.
Thank you. So haven't heard the struggles that your, Scarborough's Down had even with the OTB. Wouldn't the new track, if they're going to have a new track, wouldn't they need the OTB to be able to make it financially?
They wouldn't have an OTB. They would have a simulcast license because the commercial track is allowed to simulcast races at the location of the commercial track. I would imagine they probably would need the extra additional revenue of simulcasting, which they could have at Cumberland. That's the way that the law is written, is a commercial track can simulcast at the track. So I would imagine that they would need those revenues.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Cheryl, is that it for this bill?
It is.
All right. I will close the hearing on LD 1611. It is 12:35. Why don't we take a half-hour break for lunch? And we'll start back at 1:05. Representative Paul, did you have something before we left? Nope. Okay. So we'll start back again at 1:05. Thank you, everybody.
while she's gone, we should get, I already told James, she really wants a refrigerator. Or anything, like if you get James, and I said we should get a whole camper set up, picnic table, tiki torches, so everything is set up. Well, I didn't tell him about, I gotta call John and tell him, he's like, I don't know what she do with the refrigerator, I'm like, James, and I said, got on the phone, I said to my friend, Melissa, that'd be from James, she doesn't bring anything. You know, she doesn't want to carry stuff. I know why she wants a refrigerator. I don't blame her at all, and I don't. How much was it? Yeah, that's crazy. We should get a full size one. Yeah, well, that's what she's trying to decide. That she wants. So don't make sure she doesn't order one. Tell her you want to look. Just tell you.
And so what I told her, I said, you get a big one. I put a pallet on that.
Right.
Put a piece of plywood on it. And build it like an outhouse.
Like out and frame it in with a little tin roof, and we could do that for her.
Yeah.
Open up the camper, get the roof off, get the yard set up for her, get her some tiki torches. And that would mean more to her than anything. And we could stock up her refrigerator. We could get that down there, like she needs it down there. And I got all the plywood if you want to use it. I got sheets of plywood, 2 full sheets. 2 to 3 sheets of plywood.
Hey, look what I got.
Yay.
All kinds of stuff.
Yeah. I represent Senator Black's audio was on and I couldn't mute him. Can you just double check?
It's off.
It's off.
Yeah.
Okay, someone must have called him.
Oh,
Okay.
phew, thank you.
Yeah.
So I don't think these are anything you need, right? They're all agriculture. I'll just,
What do you mean? I am.
we're all, yeah, we did them all, though, right? Those are all reported.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so they should be listed in online now. Oh,
Right, like I've already seen the amendments. Yeah, yep.
yes, yes, yay, but we got more bills. This is, let's see. Yeah.
Oh, this is the one that we heard today. That's the one that we just,
Oh,
yeah, so.
so they just send it to me? Look at that.
That time, well, probably because it was indexed to, DLA.
Yep, 1599, that was just sent to, we did that one today too.
Yeah, they're just slow.
1680. Okay, so these are, okay. You're all set. I'm like, wait a minute, we're all done. We don't need that anymore. See ya. I make a motion not to pass.
On all the rest of the bills we have? Okay.
That's a good idea.
A lot less work for me.
Yeah.
Just kidding for anyone listening.
We're the only ones here.
That's right.
Oh.
Did we schedule a work session for the 1611 bill? Did we talk about that in Leeds this morning? Do you remember?
Yes,
did.
it's scheduled for Tuesday, the 11th.
Okay, that's what I thought. Representative Kryzak was asking.
That's kind of maybe our last work session day.
What an optimist.
Which is our last work session day?
Well, I don't want to jinx
July
jinx
16th.
myself.
Yeah.
What's the schedule at this point?
At this point, we're scheduled through the 11th, and then
Of May.
And then you all have session on the 13th, which is why we're not meeting. You should have received a communication from the presiding officers about that. And then beyond that, I don't know. We may need to meet briefly about the Wild Blueberry Commission and recommendations to the Government Oversight Committee, but that hasn't been scheduled yet.
And then there may be more language review too, right, Karen? After
Right.
next week.
Yeah, although sometimes if they don't allow committees to meet any longer, we do that by email.
Right. All right. Looks like folks are flowing back in here for the most part. And as we said on the work sessions for today, LD 33, an act to improve the laws governing hemp by bringing them into compliance with federal law. We moved that until the work session on Thursday. So that brings us down to LD 574, an act to clarify the Maine Food Sovereignty Act. Karen, I will let you bring us up to speed, and then we'll go over to Representative Pluka because I think he was working on some amendments.
Yes, so that needs to be taken off the table.
I move to take it off the table.
Okay, Representative
I'll
Pluka,
second it.
seconded by Representative Hall. It's off the table.
So, yeah, I guess the way the committee left it, for the most part, if you look at sections 2 through 6 of the bill, that's been dealt with the Senator Kimes bill, LD 954. So I guess Representative Pluker was going to work with interested parties in perhaps further amending the definition of direct producer to consumer transaction. And also there was discussion about making amendments to the law in Title 7, Section 415 relating to farmers markets. So I know Representative Pluker does have an amendment for you all to consider.
Could you share that with the committee, Karen, either through screen share or email?
Sure. Did you see the latest version I sent you with the gray shading?
Yes, I do have it. Thank you.
And is that in line with?
I believe it is, yes.
I believe it is too, but okay.
Yeah.
Bear with me here. Okay, so are you all seeing amendment to LD 574?
I am.
Okay. So I don't know, Representative Pluker, do you want to go through it or do you want me to?
Yeah, let me, because there's a couple options that here, depending on what would work for the committee.
Okay.
And so on the first section there that we see direct producer to consumer transaction. And, you know, obviously within the conversation, this was creating a lot of turbulence in the committee. And so we can either go with kind of how I originally, as it was originally written in the bill, directly between a producer and consumer in a manner mutually agreed upon by the producer and consumer of the food or food products, or what is stated in other parts of the Maine Food Sovereignty Act is that that's actually defined by the municipality. And so if we felt better because it was really leaving up to the municipality and therefore the people of that locality the chance to define it exactly as they want, then I'm also okay with just removing the definition of producer consumer transaction within the bill itself. And so that would be the first conversation within the committee is, would you prefer to have it as it stands, or would you prefer to just have no clear definition within the Maine Food Sovereignty Act in the state law? And I could talk more about it if you have questions, why one way or another.
Would you a little bit, you know, because I'm not sure what it means if we leave it in and we leave it out. What
yeah.
are the ramifications?
If we leave it, the reason for taking it out was if we felt that gave more discretion to the people of the town and therefore the farmers market to define it exactly as they wished. We are down later in the amendment here, we'll see where I've amended another section of law so that to make it explicit that farmers markets can define it exactly as they want to define it. But so here we can either leave it up to the producer and consumer to make their transaction as they feel they would like, or we could just remove the idea of a producer consumer transaction and just leave it up to the municipality itself to define it in their own ordinance. So each town would have its own definition.
So that's would then presume that every town is going to make some type of ordinance to agree with food sovereignty. If you leave it out, if you leave it in, then it's just kind of a here's what it is generically for the state of Maine. It's
this definition of producer transaction only exists within the municipal ordinances.
Okay.
So
so they've either got an ordinance or they don't now, then is what
either they have an ordinance or they don't. It doesn't matter. But it does give them a chance to define a producer consumer transaction in a way that excludes farmers markets, for instance, if that's what they want to do.
Okay. So they could do that. And then down in number 4, you're allowing the farmers market to do that anyway, no matter what the town said, as long as they're more stringent.
Exactly. And in number 4 there, that is in the definition of, that's in the same part of law where the definition of farmers market exists.
Yep.
So it's also making it explicit that if you're a farmers market, you can work exactly within the state law or within the municipal ordinance as you see fit. And you can also impose more stringent requirements as you see fit.
Right. Okay. Other comments from anybody? Do you want to leave section 1 in as it's listed here and then also, of course, section 4 as that way that covers the farmers markets kind of almost like in 2 places, but very specifically in section 4. Thoughts?
Question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So with number 1, and I think this has been talked about in our discussions before, there is no place where a producer would be leaving his products that he wouldn't have direct producer to consumer interaction. Am I correct in that? you wouldn't be leaving them in storefronts or in store shelves or anywhere, or even in a farmer's market, unless you had direct producer to consumer transaction. Am I correct in saying that, Representative Pluka?
Right. It needs to be an agreement between a producer and a consumer. So if a consumer said, hey, leave it in a cooler at the front of my church, then the consumer could go by and pick it up if they wanted to, or something like that. But it would have to be something that they had both agreed to. Is not going to allow wholesale sales or sales in stores.
And follow-up question, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Is the department still against doing this without some kind of a label saying that this is not prepared by a licensed kitchen or a producer or whatever?
Let's ask the department. Looks like Nancy McBrady may be on the here. I see actually two Nancy McBradys, one on here with us and one out in the waiting room. Nancy McBrady, are you here? Nancy McBrady may be over in the other one. Would you let the other Nancy, the real Nancy McBrady, stand up, as they say? I don't, she was here just a minute. There's here we go again. Is that you, Nancy McBrady?
Hi, yes.
Yes, there was two of you.
Well, of any day, today would be a day where there could be two of me. I could really use an extra.
All right. I think the question that Senator Black had was, where does the department stand on this, especially with the new amendment, if you saw it or heard it?
Sure, I certainly appreciate Representative Pfluger's effort to bring some additional thought to the definition. Preparing for today's work session, I'm prepared to really talk about the need to strengthen the definition of producer to consumer transaction and as well as site of production. I have to say, in the just a few moments that I've had to digest this potential amendment, I do have deep trepidation about further making this potential definition even looser and more ambiguous rather than more definitive. And leaving it up to the municipalities, I just think is going to be very unpredictable as to what folks are going to allow and not allow, which would lead to consumer confusion amongst the communities that do undertake such an ordinance. So I do feel that there is value in having a definition, a workable definition that tries to answer these questions in state statute. And in the last work session, there were discussions about what site of production is or is not, but looking at the current definition as it exists, it's undefined. And I think from the department's perspective, and back in 2017, I think a lot of people in the creation of this current statute were under the impression that site of production meant premises controlled by the producer, where the food or food products are produced, such as a farm, a homestead, or in a home kitchen. And I think clarifying that foundationally would help, at least from the department's perspective, really provide that clarity as to what is or is not within a direct producer to consumer transaction. I suspect that is not something that others might like, but that's really where we believe that this interpretation should be rooted in. And as to Representative Senator Black's question about labeling, we certainly would be open to a strong labeling effort here, because that certainly is something that needs to get across at these consumer to producer transactions so that people understand that these products are not being produced under licensure.
So Karen, can you put the amendment back up so we can see that definition, and maybe as Director McBrady looks at it, she can kind of, can you see that, Director McBrady?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so we're talking about number one and the direct producer to consumer transaction. So are you okay with what it says there, with the exception of we haven't defined producer, right? Is that what I heard you say?
So I was speaking, sorry, I don't think I answered your initial question correctly. I was taking the opportunity to talk about the current definition in statute and suggesting that rather than this amendment, our preference would be to define site of production. As for this proposed amendment, you know, I think our testimony at the beginning of this process really was in favor of these face-to-face transactions where the producer to consumer interaction could occur, and conversations or inspections and discussions could occur. So by taking that away and now just having it be an exchange directly, whatever that might be, in a manner mutually agreed upon by the producer and consumer of the food products, I don't know exactly what that means. I feel that that is ambiguous.
Okay. So where are you then back to the original definition? Then you're happier or more comfortable with the original transaction information than what's here. Is that what I'm kind of hearing?
Yes, although I do think it would be appropriate to perhaps also define what site of production means.
Right. I hear you on that. So, and what would your definition of site of production be?
I think it would be potentially, and for everyone's consideration, premises controlled by the producer where the food or food products are produced, such as a farm, homestead, or in a home kitchen.
Okay. So that's site of production.
That's correct.
Yeah, Representative Schofield, you have your hand up. Sure.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Ms. McBrady, over the last couple of years, what issues have you heard of or have been brought to your attention regarding the site of production? Have you had any? Has things changed any since this has been in effect, using the site of production definition? Thank you.
I think that over the last couple of years, there have been further adoption of food sovereignty ordinances throughout the state. I believe we're in the low 80s, might be my last understanding of that count. I do know that farmers markets continue to flourish and be very popular within the state of Maine. And I know that people are very interested in supporting local foods. I think that there is a difference of opinion, however, about how far these ordinances may be going, and that, as we've heard from testimony, not simply by the department, but by others in the agricultural community, that there are concerns that if we get too far removed from the intent of this statute, that there may be further risk or confusion, whether it's from a food safety perspective or just more opportunity for unlicensed foods to be entering commerce in a way that wasn't originally intended or imagined by the Maine Food Sovereignty Act.
So if I might, Senator Dill,
yes.
Over the last, with the site of production being allowed, have you had reports that there have been issues regarding that? When people go to the farm and purchase food directly from the farm, have you heard anything back that people were getting sick? Has there been any, has it worked pretty well, I guess is what I'm saying? The site of production clause, has that sort of worked?
I think it has.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think because, you know, there's an evaluation that takes place, whether it's anecdotal or it's an intuition. You go to the production spot, you get a sense of what folks are doing behind the scenes just while you're driving the driveway sometimes. And because of that, have people had any bad experiences that have been reported and that sort of thing?
That's a great question. And I actually took the opportunity in the last week to do some digging around in terms of reportable incidents of foodborne illness. And I will say that unfortunately, the data is incomplete. So I cannot point to data either tracked by the Department of Agriculture or the Department of Health and Human Services that would say X number of reported cases of salmonella were tracked back to a direct producer to consumer transaction. We don't have that level of detail in the types of reporting structures in our state that I'm aware of. But I do know that based on annual data from the Department of Health and Human Services, that there is foodborne illness reported within the state. And I could, provide those to Karen and to everybody else so that you see it. I'm not in any way saying that that is related to food sovereignty towns or people. But I just think it's a useful reminder that, to your point, there's anecdotal comments here and there. And so it's helpful to know that foodborne illness does exist in the state. That's a reason why we believe that, education and technical assistance and licensure is appropriate in many places. And so while getting back to your question, have not received any feedback that so-and-so's product caused me to get ill. And for that reason, I think we're supportive of the Food Sovereignty Act as it currently exists in law. As we start to move away from those direct producer to consumer transactions, the potential risk could increase. And one of the things that I was reflecting on as well is one of the tenets of basic sort of food science and sanitation is the definition of potentially hazardous food. That definition says the word potential. It doesn't mean that it's hazardous food. It's potentially hazardous food. It's food that has time and temperature controls or needs around it. And so I just want that to be a reminder that we're not coming in here from a perspective of saying regulation is absolutely necessary and it has to be overbearing or anything like that. But there's a reason why we have concerns about foods that have been minimally processed.
Thank you very much.
Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think going to the licensure conversation and those kinds of things, just being clear that foodborne illness that we're discussing exists within the current framework. Mm-hmm. And so it's what the situation we have now is created by the situation. The foodborne illness we have now exists because of within our current licensure and within our current framework of regulation. I just wanted to point out, because I think it's maybe not part of our conversation sufficiently, is the subsection 284 within the Maine Food Sovereignty Act, which goes to home rule authority. And I know that it's going to be too fast for everybody to go look up the language real quick, but it comes down to, I'll read it here. A municipality may adopt ordinances regarding direct producer to consumer transactions, and the state shall recognize such ordinances by not enforcing those state food laws with respect to those producer to consumer transactions that are governed by the ordinance. So within that subsection 284, what it says is the municipality can adopt ordinances that with respect to those producer to consumer, may adopt ordinances regarding producer to consumer transactions. And in respect to those producer and consumer transactions, those are governed by the ordinance. So what that essentially does is it gives the power to the municipality to define what the producer to consumer transaction is and to govern those as they see fit. And then, so if you go back, and that is the inherent contradiction that we're seeing within the law between 284 and 282, right? So in one place it says that you can set it up so that it follows the definition within the ordinance, and another place it says this is what it is. And that's the heart of what we're looking at this bill, is trying to align those two conversations so that 284 is speaking back to 282 in a way that makes sense to folks. And that's the heart of why we're trying to make it clear that, and that's the heart of what we're trying to do here, is that the municipalities have the right to define that as they see fit and govern that as they see fit. And that's really is the heart of the food sovereignty language here.
Senator Black.
Chair, Director McGrady, does the department have concerns about, if this was to pass, that there would be a decrease in the number of people bothering, licensed facilities, seeing that you can sell and exchange so freely? Would there be a concern that the number of licensed facilities would drop because of expense and the bother?
Thank you, Senator Black. I think that's a potential. If the licensing requirements are no longer part of a particular municipality where someone is located and they are a licensed business at that point in time, they may no longer desire to go through that structure to become licensed, and that could be a potential. I would just address that my read of 284 still points to a direct producer to consumer transaction, which in 282 is defined by state statute. So I think from my read of that, it does not necessarily grant a municipality the definition to deviate from a direct producer to consumer transaction that is set by that statute in 282. But that's just my opinion. And obviously, to Representative Pluker's point, there's that difference of opinion, or that difference between 282 and 284.
Did I see someone else's hand? Representative Pluker.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just to Senator Black, it's kind of the intent of this bill is, and the intent of food sovereignty is that folks no longer have to go and get licensed if they don't want to be licensed. And the idea is that it reduces the infrastructure and the upfront capital costs to get into the business. And so therefore it expands people's opportunity to begin their business and begin selling things.
Are there other questions? Representative Underwood.
Yeah, Mrs. Brady, what is the department's relation to farmers markets? Do they regulate the farmers markets and tell them what to do, or was that how does a farmers market work, I guess, and how is it structured?
Sure, that's a great question. Farmers markets are not particularly overseen by the department. There is a definition of farmers markets within Title VII. And basically, we have a very collaborative relationship with farmers markets, that they themselves are run through, nonprofit boards, generally speaking. They, as you've heard from testimony by the Maine Federation of Farmers Markets and from members of farmers markets themselves, there's a lot of oversight that these boards derive over the markets individually. Overall, farmers markets within the state of Maine are excellently run. They have very active members that do a lot of work to not only ensure that the people who are selling their products on a weekly basis are top notch and great, but they also have to deal with securing locations, insurance, et cetera, to set up shop. So we have more of an arm's length relationship with farmers markets. Again, they are defined within the state of Maine, but we do not have any real direct oversight to them, other than being very much in touch with them. We helped craft guidance with respect to COVID-19 that they were very appreciative of, and we worked together on. And as you've heard from testimony for others, it's really board driven, member driven, with high expectations of everyone involved. Hope
How does
Representative Fluker, please correct me if I'm wrong, if I've missed anything. Know that you're members. Okay, thank you.
How is it, follow-up question?
Sure.
How is the, how does, what I'm looking to do is I want to protect the farmers market because I understand how they are now and I respect them. I never knew that before. But how does this bill affect farmers markets? I would like to keep them intact because they sound like a sound economic unit and with great principles, that type of thing. And I don't want, or I wouldn't want to pass this bill to affect the farmers market and degrade them or allow competition, which does not subscribe to the same standards that they do. And how does this bill affect the farmers markets? Are they for it or against it or some neutral position?
So the original bill presented, let me back up. The current statute right now, as it's written, really is focused on direct producer to consumer transactions that from the state's interpretation and from many farmers markets interpretation does not apply to farmers markets. It is a on-site direct exchange between a consumer and a producer. So at a farm, at that farm's roadside stand, that type, and at a homestead type of situation. Taking a step back, the proposed bill itself did contemplate getting rid of that definition so that it is a broader opportunity of exchange between a producer and a consumer, now taking steps away off of a farm, potentially at a farmer's market. And you heard testimony from a number of people, including the Maine Federation of Farmers Markets, a farmers market member, that they had deep concerns about that. And the Representative Pluker has an amendment today that attempts to address that. I would just, I will leave that to Representative Pluker to explain that particular amendment. But I would just direct you to the written and presented testimony that you heard from a number of people in the farmers market community who believe that they survive on the reputation of their goods and the work that they have done over the last decades to create a very robust farmers market community around the state of Maine, and that they are concerned that having unlicensed and unregulated food sold at farmers market can threaten that.
Thank you.
Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh yeah, I think Director McBrady summed it up very well, in that we have no intention with this bill of making it so that farmers markets cannot regulate every aspect of what happens at their farmers markets. And in fact, with the amendment we put in, trying to make it clear in Section 4 that farmers markets can regulate exactly as they desire and can impose more stringent requirements than is what is required or asked of within the municipal ordinances, if that's making sense to Representative Underwood.
Other questions, thoughts? So we're back to, it appears that we may be okay with Section 4, but there may still be some debate or concerns, at least about Section 1, if we don't have something about the definition of where it's produced, the production. Is that correct, Nancy? Sorry to keep putting you on the spot, but I just want to make sure if we go forward, where the department wants to be, and it's something that the committee can live with and the like.
Yeah, I still have some concerns about the first section, proposed section.
So do you see okay, I have a question up here from Representative Schofield. Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. I was wondering if Ms. McBrady would reiterate, she had a definition for premises And I would like to rehear that again. I thought it sounded pretty good at the time, but I don't recall. There's a couple of 3 things she mentioned in regards to that. I'd like to hear those again, if she would, please.
Yeah, certainly. The definition is as follows, proposed, obviously open to your feedback. Site of production is understood to mean a premise controlled by the producer where the food or food products are produced, such as a farm, homestead, or in a home kitchen. And I think it's those illustrations that help put into visualization what we're talking about, which is a closer network, a closer orbit between a producer and a consumer that we believe we're very comfortable with, and that we believe it is what is intended under the current statute as it exists right now.
Senator Dill, I agree with that intent. I think that's what we all intend when we think of that. That's what we visualize. And I would make a motion that we amend that language to include what she just described.
Before I ask for a second on that, let me go back to Director McBrady. And is there a way of inserting that language into section 1 here that makes it workable? You're muted though, Seth.
I don't have section 1, sorry.
Can you pull
I'll
that
share
back
it.
up, Karen?
Yep.
You know, what I am suggesting, I think, departs from Representative Pluker's language here, because it is no longer a transaction that is basically in any manner mutually agreed upon.
So what you're saying is it's a direct producer to consumer transaction is an exchange of food or food products is actually back at the site of production where you now actually define the site of production.
That's correct.
And you kind of put a period at the end of that, and then you get rid of the mutually agreed upon spot.
That's correct.
So therefore now you can't leave it on my neighbor's doorstep because they're home and I'm not, type thing. Okay. All right. Representative Pluker.
I mean, that's going in the exact opposite direction of the intent of the bill. The intent of the bill is to line things up so that people who are if we're in a pandemic and people are trying to produce food and get it to people without having to do a face-to-face transaction can do so. We're also their food is produced at many different places in many different ways. If you're talking about dairy production versus baked goods versus jars and canning versus food. So I mean, we're going the exact opposite direction of the intent of the bill with that amendment.
All right. All right, other questions, comments, suggestions? Does anybody want to make a motion?
I move ought to pass as amended with the amendment in front of us here.
Is there a second to that? It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Karen, would you call the roll, please? I mean, Cheryl, excuse me. I'll get you guys straight before the end of the year, I promise.
And if
No
not,
way.
that's okay.
No way. Nope, ain't happening.
LD 574 ought to pass as amended. Senator James Dill.
No.
Senator James Dill, no. Senator Russell Black.
No.
Senator Russell Black, no. Senator Chloe Maxman.
Yes.
Senator Chloe Maxman, yes. Representative Margaret O'Neill.
Yes.
Representative Maggie O'Neill, yes. Representative Randall Hall.
No.
Representative Randall Hall, no. Representative Thomas Schofield.
No.
Representative Thomas Schofield, no. Representative Lori Osher.
Yes.
Representative Lori Osher, yes. Representative Joseph Underwood.
No.
Representative Joseph Underwood, no. Representative Scott Landry.
No.
Representative Scott Landry, no. Representative Bill Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Bill Pluker, yes. Representative Jeffrey Gifford.
No.
Representative Jeffrey Gifford, no. Representative David McCray.
Yes.
Representative David McCray, yes. Representative Susan Bernard, absent. 5 yes, 7 no, 1 absent.
All right, so it's ought not to pass. Is the outcome on that round? Does anybody want to make a new motion? Representative Hall.
I'll make a motion ought not to pass.
Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Seeing Representative Osher?
Yes, I was concerned about the farmers because I was reached out to by the Orono Farmers Market and Federated Farmers Market Director, and I thought it was pretty clear that they get to regulate and they won't damage their brand by enabling other people to have access to markets, especially at this time of COVID, where it's a little hard for people to start new businesses or do business. So I guess I'm very disappointed with all of my colleagues who voted on the last one as ought not to pass. So, or voted no on the last one. There's my only comment.
Representative Schofield.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Dill. And I got a lot of responses from folks. People reached out to me with almost the exact opposite concerns, the concerns that the integrity of farmers markets could be severely hampered if this were to go into effect. So based on that, I really felt that we needed to do something better than this. And I really think that the language that Ms. McBready put in about what the premises are, what they look like, I mean, that description I think is important to put in. Whether we can do that or not, I'm not sure at this point, but I think that would help define what the producer's place looks like or defines it. So anyway, that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Representative Hall.
Yes, I'd like to echo what Representative Schofield just said, and I know our two districts abut each other, and they're in different geographic areas in the state than they are in the middle of the state versus Orono, Bangor, whatever. But I heard from several people that do farmers markets in this area, and they was very comfortable with the way and the language that already existed and couldn't see any need to change it. So that's where I'm at.
Senator Underwood, Representative Underwood.
I agree with the two representatives who said that they've received mail regarding leave it alone as is, and I support that.
Other discussion? Seeing none. Call the roll on, Representative Schofield.
I don't want to beat this horse to death, but Senator Dill, is there a way that this committee could add that language that Ms. McBrady pointed out to us, more of a definition? Do we want to go down that road at this point, or is there a way? How does that complicate the process? I think it would help the department sort of, and also help the consumer be able to figure out exactly what this means.
Right.
That's a question to you, Senator.
Yep, no, I hear you. We can certainly work on it. I have a couple of other hands up. I will go to Representative Pluker.
I move to table the bill.
Is there a second?
I second that. Yeah, I'd like some more information on everything that was presented.
Okay. Let's try to, okay, all in favor? All right, so we'll table it. Let's try to take it up on Thursday if we can. I mean, we can do it Tuesday. Or maybe we should wait till Tuesday because there's still a lot of information about certainly that first section. And I think Representative Cook is saying with what I guess he's figuring the department wants, it's just the opposite direction of where he is. But I'm not personally ready to not to pass on this. So I liked Representative Schofield's suggestion that, and then finally let's work on it. So it needs some more work. So I would hope that the department and maybe Representative Pluker can work on it if you are willing, Representative Pluker, to
Most certainly.
To see if we can come up with something that everybody's agreeable to. All right. Next.
Senator Dill.
Yes.
So can we shoot for Thursday? Because we already have 11 bills after a confirmation hearing on Tuesday.
Is that all?
Yep.
Sure.
And I'm sure they'll be quick.
Yeah, these will all be quick on Thursday too. So
Yeah.
Let's go ahead. Thursday's
Okay.
fine. All right, so we'll have that cuts you down to 2 days, folks, or mostly a day, I guess. Try to see if you can come up with an agreement. All right, I will close the work session on LD 574, and we will open up. I guess it's language review, actually, isn't it, Karen, rather than
Yeah.
a work session? Okay.
Yeah. It's a
So-
robust language review. So
Robust. Okay.
more robust than others. So this LD 630 is an act to prohibit shelf-stable products from being sold as cider and to amend the definition for those products that are heated. This is a unanimous to pass as amended committee report. I sent you a link to the committee's webpage. If you want me to share my screen with the amendment, let me know. But basically, it's what the committee discussed. Any product that's been heat treated may not be labeled as cider. And that was basically the amendment. There were questions, about whether there was a Commerce Clause issue here. So I did have conversations with the Attorney General's office, and there are, I think in their view, there are potential Commerce Clause issues. However, if you look at Section 3 of the amendment, one of them was that hard cider is hard cider, it cross-references a definition in Title 28A, which has an upper limit of 8.5% alcohol. So in other words, I believe Angry Orchard has a hard cider that goes above that percentage of alcohol in it. So those kinds of products wouldn't be able to be labeled as cider if the committee moved forward with this amendment. So what I did in Section 3 of the amendment was created a definition of hard cider for purposes of this section, which basically is the same as the one in 28A, but it doesn't have the upper limit of 8.5%. So that kind of takes care of the most sort of egregious Commerce Clause issue there may be with this amendment. And they did say that you can move forward with it. I think this amendment helps, or they thought so, that it would be defensible. But I guess if there's an opportunity for the committee to make a floor speech or somehow get it on the record that this is important for all members of the public and not just Maine farmers, that would sort of bolster your argument that there is no Commerce Clause issue here. That's really meant to treat all apple farmers equally, and it's more about truth in advertising, you know, that a shelf-stable product is not the same as fresh cider produced by, you know, any farmers anywhere. So that's the amendment.
So basically, our definition of cider is that it's unpasteurized or it's pasteurized using UV processing.
Correct.
Okay, so that doesn't prohibit anybody anywhere from using either UV pasteurization or, you know, unpasteurized cider and selling it as cider, I guess. Is
Correct.
that- All right. Senator Black.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, you know, to help clarify that is that we wanted to make a distinction between fresh cider and shelf-stable cider. And anybody anywhere can, you know, produce cider as long as it meets the definition of our cider, you know, would be, you know, not heat treated. And you know, we just want to make a distinction between fresh cider and shelf-stable products.
Right. Okay. So do we need to revote this, Karen, with the hard cider information or not?
I don't think so, unless anyone on the committee, I mean, it was unanimous, and it's really, you know, just a clarification more than anything else.
All right. Other
Because-
questions? Go ahead.
Because that section does exempt hard cider, so you just want to make sure it exempts all hard cider.
Right. Anyone have any questions for Karen before we move on? No? Okay. Continue, please, Karen.
Okay, the next one I have is language review for LD 1407. This was a unanimous, ought to pass as amended report. 1407 is an act to provide that a forestry operation that conforms to accepted practices may not be declared a nuisance. So this would strike out the title and insert resolve regarding authority of municipalities to regulate timber harvesting. So it replaces the act with a resolve that the director of the Maine Forest Service convene a group of stakeholders, including but not limited to organizations representing municipalities, family woodland owners, logging contractors, farmers, outdoor recreation and environmental interests, and consulting foresters who work in multiple municipalities to review and assess the law in Title 12, Section 8869, subsection 8, and the corresponding process relating to a municipal proposal to adopt or amend a timber harvesting ordinance. And then requires the director to report back to the Joint Standing Committee on ACF. I just put in February 1st, 2022, and then it gives the committee authority to submit a bill to the 130th relating to the subject matter of the report. I believe it was Representative O'Neill's idea to sort of look at the existing law, the relationship of municipal rules and regulations, and to kind of see how that process works, and if there are ideas for that process to work better, improve communication, what have you.
Questions for Karen?
And the Maine Forest Service I did run this by Don Mancius, and he was good with it.
All right.
The next one I have is LD 1299. Again, this was unanimous, ought to pass as amended report. It's an act to permit emergency funding for food banks when a state of emergency is declared. So the bill itself amends the budget stabilization provision in statute. the Budget Stabilization Fund. And it merely adds to the language in the bill the following: the Commissioner of ACF shall adopt rules to prescribe the manner in which the funds must be dispersed, and the Commissioner may leverage funds under this subsection to match any relevant federal funding available for qualifying food programs in the state. And then it specifies that the rules are routine, technical. And again, I did run this by Nancy McBrady at the department, and she was good with that.
All right, any concerns, questions? Okay,
The next thing I have is a fiscal note for LD 870. So this is the directing the Permanent Commission on the status of racial, indigenous, and Maine tribal populations to study the impact of policies regarding agriculture, access to land, access to grants, and access to financing on African American and indigenous farmers in the state.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Could you say that again?
So, and the fiscal note just confirming there should be no surprises. There was a one-time allocation of $20,000 in the fiscal year starting July 1st to the Racial, Indigenous, and Maine Tribal Populations Program within the Department of Labor for this purpose. So, I mean, it was in the language of the bill, so the fiscal note shouldn't be a surprise, but I just bringing it to you for your review. And
Any
that's all I
comment?
have.
That's all you have.
Yep.
All right. Anything from Cheryl? Good. All right. Any last comments from the committee?
Just a reminder, we have a joint work session with Energy and Utilities Thursday morning at 9 a.m. And then we'll continue with our own ACF bills after that.
All right. Very good. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Moved and seconded. Moved by Representative Landry and seconded by Senator Maxman. All in favor, raise your hand. Thank you all. We will see you Thursday, 9 a.m. sharp.
Thank you.